巡り巡る星の輪に僕の未来願いすべて託す夢の途切れ間に揺らいだ朝焼け冷えたわけじゃない輝き見据えて熱を持つ体抱えて走れば昨日までのよどんだ目にさよなら立ち向かう勇気などなくても迎え撃つ覚悟を僕がなんだってなんだってそれでいいじゃないか僕らは巡り巡る星の輪に僕の未来願いすべて託す
Hello. Hello. Oh my gosh, I actually really like this song. Unrelated. Welcome in, everyone. Hello. It's nice to see ya. We have ads, beans. Welcome in, Advent. Actually, I saw Maestro here early, like 8 a.m. Bro, what are you doing here that early? Advent, Techno, Sick Ripper, Pickle. I hope you have a wonderful day. And Miso, how you doing? Yeah, you know, look, today's my last day to shove it into your guys' faces, and you don't have to worry too much about it. But I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna shove it in your faces for the last day today. I mean, hey, the code still works after today, but today's the last day of 30% off. So, you know what I mean? Product placement. Oh my goodness. You got 2 pages done today? Today, Techno? Hi, Raccoon. How you doing? Hello. Actually, that's a good point, Visago. So firstly, speaking of shoving into your face, did you guys know that I am partnered with Rogue Energy? And right now, today is our last day of 30% off. You can still use the code afterwards to get 20% off, but since today's the last day, I feel like it's important to let you guys know. But what I wanted to do real quick was to set that on a timer. I'm gonna steal that, and I'm gonna put it on a timer. Here, doing it right now. Welcome in. Hi, Bistro. 30% of thanks. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys for understanding. It is, what's the word I'm looking for? The final countdown? Let's see, I'm gonna name it Focus? I feel like that's not the right name I should make it, but... Okay, I have turned it into a timer, so now it will sit on a timer. Yay. The final countdown. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da. Oh my gosh, my PC sounds like a jet engine. I don't even have anything open, do I? Well, I mean, I have stuff open, but... Duh. Welcome in. Today we're going to be working more on lining. I think we're going to finish the lining today, too. We can... I don't know if we're going to start coloring, but we'll definitely have everything ready by hopefully for tomorrow for coloring. I'm excited for that. I feel like we're going pretty fast with it, which is good. I'm trying to also figure out how to do things faster. Let me tell you. I want to tell you guys everything that's on my mind, but some of it's kind of wonk. Miso! Miso, you're going to see a lot of stuff I cannot show on stream. I'm going to give it to you right now. No time like the present. Hold on. Hold on, Miso. Hold the phone. I'm giving it to you right now. This one. All right, there you go, Miso. Welcome in. What is it? We're halfway through June, so it's the month of June and July, technically. But there's a lot of stuff I've been working on. You're about to see it when I tag you. There's a lot of stuff I've been working on that I can only post in the Patreon. I can't show it on stream or anything like that. Hold on, for the month of June and July. Thank you, Miso. I appreciate you. Ooh. Okay, I have tagged you. You should be able to see the channel now. Let me know if you cannot. And pinned. Thank you. No, thank you. Oh crap, there's a Pokemon? No. Yes. I thought I was gonna miss it. I was like frantically hitting buttons. I really need to sit here and buy... One of these days, I need to sit here and buy, whatchamacallits, Pokeballs, while I'm not streaming, because I want to buy a lot of Pokeballs. There we go. There we go. I have my hands now. Yeah. The reason I chose this one is because this was my favorite. This is my favorite flavor so far that I've tried. I will say, though, I did get some more. The ones that I got was the hydration line ones, because I want to try the ones that don't have caffeine in them for no particular reason. Yeah. But this is so far my favorite flavor. I like it. So there you go. That's why we have this specific one in my hand today. And it will be in my hand all day today until the 30% is done. And then when it's done, and then you guys don't have to worry about me. I mean, I'm still going to mention it, but I'm not going to shove it in your faces. I apologize if I get annoying about it. I'm just so excited. It's my very first partnership. Let me be excited. So I like how no one is saying like anything like, stop talking about it. It's just me in my head. I feel like I'm constantly talking about it, which I probably am, but it's just because today's the last day, so let me have my fun. Let me have my fun, and then tomorrow we'll be back to regular. Oh, I wanted to try something tomorrow. I didn't want to do it today because, again, I wanted to be annoying today. In a good way. In a loving way. But tomorrow there's a thing I might try. I don't know. But if I do try it, it would involve me not using my VTube avatar, and that would be a little sad. It'd be a little sad. I wanted to try the thing I was talking about yesterday, the Spirit City game, tool, whatever you want to call it. I wanted to try doing that tomorrow. I still have to figure out how to do it, though. I know how to play the game. I just don't know how I would implement it into our streams. Because I'm still doing art on stream, right? But it's really cool. Maybe I can show you guys. Was I going to do anything this morning? I was going to make an announcement this morning. Or not this morning. What day is this? I was going to make an announcement, like the little pop-up announcements that show up in the top left corner for the Rogue Energy. I guess I should do that first, just because it's kind of more timely based. I guess I'll do that now. Oh, Vasago! No way! No way, Vasago. Vasago, do you use my code? Oh, I hope you enjoy it, though. Tiger's Blood and Glowy McShaker. I've never had... Oh, the Shaker. Oh, okay. I hope you enjoy the Tiger's Blood. I hope you enjoy it. I did it. You saved like 14 bucks. Holy crap. Yeah, I never really know. Like 30% sounds nice until I actually see the dollar bills. I'll be honest. I've never been really good at math. So until I see the dollar bills, I'm like 30% sounds nice. I don't know what that means though. I mean, I know what it means, but you know what I mean. I'm glad I could help. I'm glad I could help. The whole point of me doing this whole thing isn't so, you know, buy this stuff so I make money. It's so if you guys are interested in trying it or you're interested in it because you've tried it before, I'm here to help save you guys money. On stuff that you had already planned on buying or you already get this kind of stuff. That's the whole point of it all. I told you guys that I've tried Rogue. I liked it. But I personally bought some more because I want to try it some more. I want to see how effective it really is for giving you energy, especially without the caffeine. Because you guys already know I do energy drinks like it's no one's business. Okay, I don't do it every day. I don't drink energy drinks every day. But I was drinking energy drinks like every other day just to power through the day and do all of my animations. So I really want to try. I really have high hopes for Rogue Energy and that it's gonna give me that energy. I'm honestly on the same I'm on the same wavelength as you guys. I tried the little packs that they gave me. Different flavors, a lot of them were great. Now it's time for me to actually try the big bad final boss. I'm gonna try one of the actual tubs. Of some flavors I didn't have. I think the ones that I got was Snowstorm. They were both hydration ones. I got Snowstorm and Sour Watermelon. So those are the two that I'm going to be trying. I never had those either. I'm really hoping I really like them because I got all top. But I'm sure they'll be fine. I didn't dislike any of the ones that I tried. So I'm sure I'll be fine. I mean, think about it like this. You get 40 servings per tub. That's pretty freaking good. I guess it depends on which one you get. This one that's in my hand says 40 servings, right? You guys can see that, right? So that's a hell of a lot better than buying like a 12-pack of energy drinks, what I was doing. Because a 12-pack of energy drinks was like 30 bucks with shipping. And I was sitting there like, so that's 12 drinks. If I split, it's 24 drinks if I only drink half. But then I only get like half, I don't know. So we'll see. I really hope it. Plus, it's a healthier alternative to all the freaking... You guys already know. I don't even have to sell it to you guys. You guys already know that it's better for you than... like a regular energy drink, like a Monster or anything. So it's here for you guys if you want to try it. If you want to try it, it's here for you guys. That's the whole point of this whole thing. It's so that you guys can save and you guys can try it. I see you, Techno. Honestly, Techno, I was doing the same thing, Techno. I was doing the same. I was getting mine off of Amazon. But my shipping costs are kind of expensive. I think it's because I don't get the Prime. I get energy drinks that don't have Prime. Did you guys know? Oh, I'm so sorry. Did you guys know that Rogue Energy actually recently got Prime? They got, like, partner. I don't know what the word is here, but now you can get Rogue Energy through free shipping. Free shipping with... Here, let me read what they wrote in the actual thing. With Amazon Prime. It is US only, though. I do have to say I apologize. It is US only at the moment. They're talking about how they're hoping to increase it to more places. Let me see. Let me read for you guys what they sold me. You will find that an Amazon buy with Prime button has appeared on the product page for the tubs. We are stoked to inform US Amazon Prime memberships can now check out with free Prime shipping through our website. So if you buy it through their website, you can get free Prime shipping. Hey, look, saving more money! No worries, Pickle. Hi, Isaac. How are you doing? Throne of Prime fun. Oh, man. Oh, actually, Techno had put something in the Discord. I was thinking about putting on my throne. Very unrelated to all this, but you said throne, so now I'm like... Techno, you're talking about the footrest thing for my feetsies. And I wanted to take a look. And it looks really nice. That definitely would fit underneath my desk. I know we were talking about stools yesterday, or like stuff like that. And I was like, I don't think something like that would fit under my desk, but something like this would. So I will put this on my... Oh, it's a lightning deal. Maybe I'll just buy it outright. No. I'll put it on my throne. I'll be good. I was just complaining about finances yesterday and then a little bit this morning. I need to stop. I'm so sorry. I'm a big complainer, guys. I keep complaining. Help. I'm not drowning right now. Like, if I'm being for real, I'm not drowning. I'm just, I'm planning for the future, and sometimes it's hard to foresee how the future's gonna go if you don't have the stability. I think most of you already hear the stories about people who do freelance stuff, though. So I'm sure you can imagine and or you know, how it could be a bit stressful just trying to plan for things for the future when, you know, wait, what's happening? I see myself with Mariani! Oh my goodness!
Totally not me enabling you. But
Oh,
thank you for all
Advent!
the amazing
Wait!
streams and energy.
Hello, Raiders! My name is Belly! And Advent, thank you. I'm your head Mr. Switch on Twitch! And I do art and animation like this! Thank you so much for the raid, Mariani! Wow! How was your stream? What did you do? Hello! Hello! Oh, thank you! I'm glad you like it. And Advent, thank you so much for the tuition, or the club biddies. I mean, technically they're tuition biddies, but you know what I mean? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Totally not enabling me. Yeah, right. Thank you, Advent. It does help. Everything helps. It does. Thank you for the shout out. Let me see. You're doing karaoke! Do you want to share with us a song? Do you happen to have like any kind of clip of you singing? Would you like to share some of your singing? I like Mariani singing. Please, if you want, of course. From the same company? Oh. Are you gonna be grabbing their footrest then, Techno, as well? Because I threw it over there, so I'm like, it looks nice and comfy. Let me check. Yeah, take your time. Welcome in again, Raiders. We're just kind of starting up our stream, so that's why we're just chatting right now. I will be getting to art soon at some point. I was gonna say sooner or later, but at some point. You can see the timer at the top right. Right now, focus is just us focusing on talking, ironically. But, you see the focus timer, it'll turn into a break timer, and then we'll go into doing art after that. Yeah! Since you're a new Rogue... Oh, yes, I got the 5-pack. I wonder if that's random... Like, like, they pick the flavors, or do we get to pick the Well, no, I know we didn't get to pick, because I also got that when I bought the tub of the snowstorm one. I got the 5 free. I have no idea. I think it's random. All right, that's okay, though. I would like to try more flavors as well. It's so exciting, though. Congratulations. Oh, I have another thing I didn't get to tell you guys about yet. I'll show you guys right now. So, because the reason I didn't, maybe I shouldn't tell you guys, but I'll be careful how I explain it. So the reason I didn't show you guys or tell you about it yet is because I don't want anyone to confuse it with my coupon code. So, I have a coupon code. You all already know about it. Spelly does rogue, yada yada. The coupon code is what saves you money, right? Now, if you happen to get a coupon code that is bigger than the 20, so right now we're at 30%, we'll go down to 20% tomorrow. If you happen to get a coupon code, let's say the website's doing a summer flash sale thing and it's 50% off specific tubs, right? And you guys are like, holy crap, 50%, but you still want to support me in some way, even though I cannot give you a higher saving than 50%. That's pretty freaking good, and I highly recommend you would take that. I can give you a referral link, and the referral link, what it does is you get to use the code. You get to use the code, but it still helps to support me, even though you use a different code. I thought that was really cool. So, again, I hope I explained that correctly. They explained it in my DMs if you want me to explain it better. But I didn't want to confuse it because my referral link does not give you any savings. That's the biggest reason I didn't explain that yet. I don't want someone to confuse my referral link and then use it and then they don't get any savings and they're like, what the heck, Spelly? You told me 30% off, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you're supposed to use the coupon code, not the referral link. So I have not explained that, but I do have a referral link which is different from the coupon code. If anyone does happen to want to still support me, but they do have a code that is worth more than my regular code, feel free to use my referral link. If you need it, let me know. But I did not want to confuse anyone because I was afraid to I was afraid to, you know what I mean. I was afraid to say something, and then people are like, what the heck, Spelly? You told me this, and I didn't. That's it. I'm canceling you on Twitter. Freaking Spelly. I'm like, no. It's because I didn't explain it right. Oh, I hope that made sense, though. Hi, Link. Welcome in. Does it look like they let you change the shipping method? Here, I'll take a look at the website myself as well. This is what I've heard from the company themselves, but I haven't actually looked either myself. I don't need the footrest. I have a oh, you have a taller than normal chair. I see you. I see you. That's very fair. Yeah, hold on. Okay, imagine. No one's gonna cancel it on X Link. Imagine you stand up and you're 5'5", so tall. Like me, I am tall. I'm 5'5". If I stand up, my chair comes to my knees. That's where my chair is right now. If you ever wanted to know how low I am sitting, I think that's not too low, right? But my chair comes to my knees right now. So it's like, so when I sit down, I mean, my feet touch the floor for sure. Yeah, my desk is pretty small. It's normal. I figured it wasn't too far off. But my desk is, I do know my desk is a little low. Yeah, my feeties can touch the floor. I would love to lift my chair a little bit higher so that I can have my arms, you know how your arms are supposed to be like, what, 90-degree angle with your desk? I would like that, so I feel like my chair should be a little bit higher, but if I do that, I have like a, do you hear that, kind of? I don't know if you guys can hear that. I have like a metal tray that's underneath my desk, and it prevents me from lifting my legs up any higher, or lifting my chair up any higher because of my legs. I'm tall. I'm so tall. Also, there's a Pokemon. I'm so tall. Here, let me see if I can. Adjustable desk or adjustable chair with footrest? Are you saying, like, what would I rather? I don't know. I've never had an adjustable desk. I do have an adjustable chair. Like, I can move it. I don't know what an adjustable chair with a footrest is, but I've never had an adjustable desk. I've always wanted to try. Not to own, because I do not have the space for it in my room. But I always wanted to try one of the standing desks. Do you know what I mean? Your chair is a drafting chair? What is a draft? One that has a foot ring. What is a foot ring? Ah, okay, that makes sense, Techno. Except for the fact that I don't know what a foot ring is, but at least it makes sense. I want to hear, Miriani, we're ready. We're ready for you to bless us. Well, thank you, Advent. Do you use the metal tray a lot? I don't, and I think it's just screwed on here. Here, let me see. I don't use it a lot. There is stuff on it, but I could just move that somewhere else. Let me see if is it just something that's screwed in here? Hold on a sec. My butt. It is. It's like 4 screws. I could legitimately just unscrew it and have all that space for leg room so I can lift so my arms could be parallel instead of being at like an acute angle. I think that would be healthier for me? Question mark? At least it would feel more comfy, because that's, I don't know. I just feel like my desk is like much taller than my chair. It's whack. All right, let me take a sneaky peeky. You guys ready? Let me pause the music. Who did that? Oh, Advent, thank you so much for giving that VIP membership to Miriani. I really appreciate it. Wait. Let me start from the beginning. Thank you, Miriani. Enjoy the emotes. We have a new emote coming soon. We have two new emotes coming soon. They're both animated. One is a working emote. It's almost done. And one's a loading emote. I actually have to make the loading emote, but both of them are coming soon. All right, let's listen. Can you guys hear that? I'll start it over one more time. Sorry. I had to mute my microphone just in case you guys can hear my fan in the background. Were you guys able to hear that? That was I like it. You're like, I tried so hard. Hold on, one more time. I like that. That's funny. Miriani, thank you again so much for the raid. Thank you again so much for the raid. If you have to do any post-stream self-care to take care and, you know, do what you gotta do, eat, sleep, whatever you gotta do, I completely understand. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Otherwise, if you're here with us, we're just chit-chapping and yapping right now. Hi, Ayokuni. I was actually dying. You were dying. No. What'd they do? What did they do to you? Let me beat them up. Thank you again for sharing the singing. It was beautiful. Beautiful singing. So I'm drinking a water. Hold on. Do it. Comfy is important. I might. Should I do it right now? I mean, all it is I just need to take like a Phillips screwdriver. It's a 4. The little X. I think that's, I think I know where there's one downstairs. I could do it literally right now. What do you guys think? Or should I wait until after stream? No, thank you. It was definitely amazing. I also really like your bottle, too. Do it. Be comfy. Let the comfort. Oh, also, I don't also see the shipping. It only says add to cart. Or buy with shop pay. But in the screenshot that they had in the... They have 3 different options. It says, it would be underneath it, a big blue bar that says buy with Prime. So maybe something had happened... Maybe something happened between... When was that? On the 13th? So like 6 days ago and now where they have to fix it or something? I do not know entirely. I was just told what I was told and I'm letting you guys know. Maybe someone else sees it. I, for one, do not see... There's a page on their website that I can't see. I wonder... I should probably let them know that. I'll let them know after stream. Okay, let me go grab the Phillips tool. Or Phillips screwdriver. And I'll see if I can do it. My dad's gonna be like, what the heck are you doing? Ooh. Have a good one, Alfred! Thank you! Thank you! Okay, well, give me one sec. Beans. Okay, I'm gonna leave you with that. Alright, gang. Are you guys ready to see me work on my desk? I can't even... Oh, no, my water bottle. Okay. You have to look at it when you get home? Yeah. Oh man, I feel dizzy. Help. Alright, let's see what happens. Release the comfort. Righty tighty, lefty loosey. Lefty loosey. Oh, goodness. Time for comfort. Release the comfort. Give it to me. You know, you remember how I constantly hit my knee? You know what I'm hitting my knee on? I'm hitting it on this thing. This thing that has been here, and I don't even use it for anything. It's just been in my way. So Maestro makes a good point. Why do I have it? Like, it's definitely not a bad thing if you use it. Like, let's say I don't know. I could technically put my keyboard here, for example, to free up space on my desk, but I use my keyboard whenever I do art, so I can't really do that. while I'm doing art. Cause oh god, it's starting to move because I'm on the third one right now. So I have to hold it up with my arm. Delete the knee, yeah. Exactly. Get rid of it. Goodbye. Okay, it's almost gone, but now I have to be careful because it's on the last screw, so I have to hold it up. I have to be ambidextrous. Is that the right word there? I've never done this before, I'm scared. I try new things every day, bro. Oh gosh. Alright, it's gone. It has been released. The comfort is within my grasp, and now I just need to actually get off the ground. Ugh. And put it on my desk so I can deal with it later. Because I'm lazy. I don't know, can I really say I'm lazy? I don't wanna figure out what to do with it right now because I'm streaming. Like Alright, let's see how it feels. Ready? Hi, Vika! Yeah, we just unscrewed my desk so that I could have more leg room. Oh my goodness, look how much leg room I have now! Whoa, and by leg room I mean knee room. I can lift my knees. I no longer hit my knees on my freaking thing that I wasn't even using. Oh my goodness, look at all that! Oh wait, you know what? You know what? Hold on, let me see something. I have this workout steppies thing, and I always wanted to put it under my desk, but I didn't have room for it. I don't think I have room for it still, but I want to see if I have room for it. Hold on. Let's see. Because you know what that means? I could actually... I could add a redeem to be like, make me do 1 minute of walkies. Or like, steppies or whatever. Oz, welcome in! Oz, we are in maximum comfort level now. Maximum comfort. Hello, Raiders. My name is Spelly. I'm your headmistress Witch on Twitch, and I do art and ambidextrous. Thank you so much for the raid, Oz. Thank you. How was your stream? What did you do? I think my desk is just barely still too big for the steppies thing. Let me see if I lower my chair, if it lets me do the steppies thing. Hold on, wait.
Hey, my name is Farah, and you should be following Spelly.
I can.
Like, what are you waiting for?
Hi, Oz. Hey, girl. Hey. Bro, I could do the steppies thing under my desk. I could sit here and... I could not stream like this, but I could at least do it from under my desk. I have to lower my chair, though. It's not the most comfortable thing. But at least it works. That's so cool. I never knew that that metal plate was just in my way. It was in my life for too long. Honkai Star Rail. Hey, you got the new character? Wait. Is it someone wearing green? Or how far behind am I in my Star Rail lore? Was it, sorry, I keep like moving around. Was it someone blonde and green? They have blonde hair, glasses, and green? Yeah, okay, I'm not that far behind. I'm not that far behind on my Honkai lore. Where did my water bottle go? Oh. Oz, I hope it was a wonderful, wonderful stream. If you have to do any post-stream self-care, if you gotta rest and stuff, I completely understand. Otherwise, if you're here with us, we're about to actually start. You know what? Our timer just went off, but I think I'm gonna still say screw it. I'm still gonna work on the announcement regardless. At the end of the day, it's still work. So, I'm gonna make this announcement. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna do it because I want to. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Not glasses? Wait, I thought she had... Okay, am I thinking of the right person then? Maybe I'm not. Well, what's her name? What's her name? I'm trying to get you guys over to the art screen, but I'm having jitteries right now. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I don't want that open. I have a lot of things open I don't want. Firefly? Star Rail. It might be who I was thinking of, but maybe I was just recalling them incorrectly. Is this who I was thinking of? No, that's not at all who I was thinking of. Who was I thinking of then? It's like a girl Blonde hair, like super blonde, like I'm talking yellow blonde. Green outfit, like straight up green. And they wear glasses. It was not this person. Maybe I was thinking of Genshin. Genshin. Let me see. Emily? Is that in Genshin or Star Rail? Oh yes, this is who I was thinking of. That is, yeah. That's Genshin. Yeah, this is exactly what I was thinking of. Wrong person, I mean, similar enough. No. Oh, that's really exciting though. I'm really happy to hear. I'm really happy to hear. How many polls? How many times, I don't know how Star Rail works, I'm sorry. How many polls did it take? I'm assuming is how it works. What, where did I go? Alright, you guys can, this is how we're gonna stream today, yep. You guys can kinda see it. Yup. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, everything's broken. Actually, you know, this isn't the worst. Well, it kind of is, sucks because I have my freaking arm in the way, but perfect. Sorry, I'm being weird. Wait, we can just do it like this. You guys don't need to see the whole thing, right? $20 from the last time I rolled. That's not too many, I think. Or is that like on like average? Dollhouse stream, heck yeah! I want to set this up so it's cool. I'm not actually gonna be streaming this way, but because I am who I am, I just want to play around with it. Hey, let me try the other camera. I'm hitting the wrong buttons. There we go. Where am I? Oh. Why was the camera over there?
Hey guys.
I don't know what I'm doing. Wait, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Perfect. All right, let me actually have a wonderful lurk, Oz. Thank you again so much for the raid. Sorry I'm being wonk right now. I'm being wonky. All right, let me see. I'm not gonna stream like this, I'm just doing it while I'm doing this for fun. Real energy. Hi, Candid, how are you doing? What's that in my hand? Well, thank you for asking, Wild Potatoes, and thank you so much for being here. Did you guys know that I'm partnered with, oh gosh, did you guys know that I'm partnered with Rogue Energy? Did you guys know that I'm partnered with Rogue Energy? That's right. You guys can, today's the last day. Today's literally the last day. If you guys would like to save 30% off your next order of Rogue Energy. It is meant for saving, to save you guys money. So there you go. That's what's in my hand. Right now I have the strawberry hibiscus. It actually is really tasty. Yeah! Sorry, it's inside my face now. Beans. Rogue saved your marriage. I am so glad. I am so glad. Thank you. I'm here to help you, Wild Potatoes. That is what I could, that's what I do. Heck yeah. I wish it wasn't in my face, though. Beans. Hold on, wait. I can do this. Come on, think with your brain, Spelly. That one brain cell knocking around. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. There you go. Dun, dun, dun. Sorry, that took me longer than it should have. my freaking small brain. Okay. So right now I'm actually making an announcement for it. Yeah, heck yeah. Cause we have like little announcements that pop up at the top left of the screen. So I was like, ah, crap, I gotta make one of these too now. What is this? This is this Howl's? Howl's Moving Castle? Check this out. You see how there's like a corner that's a bit broken right now? Heck yeah. Product placement, baby. Here, let me actually fix my stream. My stream is broken right now. It's not supposed to be like this. Have a good. Oh, I just got out. I just got out of the shower. It was nice. It was nice. My one shower a month, bro. It's nice every now and then. Let me see if I can fix this. I don't know why it keeps breaking on me. That should no. This should fix it. That should have fixed it. Okay, it's not. Shower? What's that? There we go. Okay, okay. There we go. Now it's fixed. Sorry about that. Yeah, a whole month living the good life. Let me tell you how much money I save. It's all about savings, baby. Thank you, all Wild Potatoes. Wild Potatoes, thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Speaking of savings, look, listen. Today is the last day. Bear with me for just one more day. One more day. Bear with me. Today's the last day of 30%. Then from here on, it goes down to 20%, which is still pretty freaking good. But 30% is even better. So just letting you guys know. That's why I'm gonna be hella annoying today. I'm sure you guys don't mind. Give me one day. Give me one day to satisfy my hunger. And then after that, we'll be good. Oh, I gotta, there's so many different layers, bro. What? Help. Can you guys read that? Yeah. Well, I have to make the letters white, but yeah. Clubhouse, yeah! Where's Toodles? Are you talking about Mickey Mouse's Clubhouse? No! It's from Howl's Moving Delivery Service away. Listen, Ghibli movies are great! What are you talking about? What? I love Ghibli movies. Yeah. For some reason, I thought I said Ghibli movies. I'm like, I'm sorry. Ghibli! Wrong franchise. You need a surprise tool that will help you? A surprise tool? Oh, look, I've never watched Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. I think that's what you're talking about anyway. I've heard of it, I've never watched it though. I grew up watching... I don't really know what I grew up watching. Do I need to have this? Because it's going to be right here. Maybe not. I'll keep it, but I'll keep it over here. Actually, this doesn't even need to be the biggest thing, because again, I'm going to have it down here. Rogue. Oh, if I could spell. Rogue. I have to sneeze right now. 50 different ways to spell Japanese. I call it Jiburi? Jiburi? Oh. What? Ugh. We didn't grow up. True? I'm still young. Forever young, bro. I do have to change, for the announcement, I have to change it from 30 to 20, because since today's the last day. Which means after today, no more saving 30% on your rogue orders. It'll be 20%. What is all this stuff? Get out of here, stuff. Oh my goodness, there we go. Maybe save 20%. that crossed out says 30% last day. I would do that, but it might sound a little lazy, but if I did do that, it would mean I'd have to come back into this and fix it again. Tomorrow. Wait, what did I do? Oops. I broke things. Kiki spirited moving castle and delivery service? Oh man. Goodbye 30. Now if it's the X lady, just toggle it off. Yeah, but then I still have to save, like I would basically have to save it and re-render it in DaVinci. That's what would have to happen. I guess it's not that hard. Alright. I'll do it. Hold on, wait. Beans, beans, beans. Oh, goodness. Beans. Wait, how do you write the number 2? Ew. Ooh. Alright, you said to cross it out and do 30 and a different... Did I do that in the wrong layer? Oh no. Okay, new layer. Make it nice, bright, and red. Like one of those large sale signs. What? Oh. Oh no. Yeah, yeah. It's 200. 200 characters is the new limit. It actually just started today, ironically. It was too big. The lore, no. But yeah, I've been getting some pretty long messages in chat lately, which hella slow down. It's kind of a skill issue, but it slows down me reading chat. So I was like, okay guys, 200 characters, we either gotta find different words to make things shorter, or just throw it into the Discord, because I'll read it over there as well. Last day. Hi Zero, how are you doing today? Don't tell her it can be animated to morph between the 3 and the 2. That's way too much work, bro, huh? Yo, for something that's gonna be here for just today? Last day. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save this as a PNG. Doing good, you? I'm doing great! That sounded weird, didn't it? Did that sound convincing enough? Welcome in! Oh, wait, oh? Jurin? Did I say that right? Hello! Hello, hello, hello! How are you doing today? How was your stream? Hello, Raiders! My name is Smelly! I'm your headmistress witch on Twitch, and I do art and animations! Thank you so much for the raid! Jared, how are you? What's up? Yo, what's up? Sorry, I paused the music. Yo, what's up? How you doing? Thank you so much. Persona 5. Oh, wait. No spoilers, wait. I have been playing Persona 5 Royal. I'm not gonna give any spoilers to you. I'm only up to the second palace. That's it. The second palace. So, however far you are, Unless you haven't hit that either, then I won't spoil you either. But if you've played it or you're past that, I'm sorry. I've been playing through it. It's been taking a hot minute. Right now we're just working on making an announcement for the stream. You're on the 4th? Okay. Oh my gosh, the game is so long. I hope you've been having hella fun with it though. And when I say hella, I mean hella. Heck yeah. Oh, oh no, I'm gonna say this wrong. Mitch Schneider? Did I say that right? Thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And welcome in, Mech Banana.
Nyan, 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 nyan.
Aw, I'm glad I said it right. I was like, oh no. I am a witch. I don't look much like a witch right now because I'm in my painter outfit. But I am a real witch. VTuber, I should say. I've done spellcasting in real life before, but a lot of people don't like to count that, so I won't either. I understand. What? Ah, yeah, see, here's my hat. Jared and Mech Banana, thank you so much for becoming club members here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. That was very nice of you guys. Thank you. Oh. Hi, I really like your name color, by the way. No bias, no, wait, is it like a yellowy green? No bias, but I feel it. Yellow power. That sounds kind of weird. I don't want to type that now. I was gonna type the word yellow. Never mind, I take it back. That sounded weird. I just meant because my name is Yellow. I don't see a whole lot of yellow names. I like yellow.
Meow, meow.
What is happening in chat today? You're a oh, really? Oh my goodness, I need to see. Let's go witches? Ayo? I'm dancing. That dance was for you, Jurin, because we're witch powers. What kind of witch are you? I am specifically a celestial witch. I specialize in celestial magic. Granted, I do know how to use basic magic like, I'm really good with water spells, and I'm really good with healing spells. I'm more of a support character than anything else. I'm really bad at fire spells or poison spells and stuff that's like harmful for people. I'm really heckin' bad at those kinds of magic. So I'm mostly just a support type of witch. Welcome in, and thank you so much. Let me see, Zin Fable. Thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the outfit, Aokuni. Yaw. It's somewhere between yellow and green. Heck yeah. It's easier on the eyes than yellow. That's fair. That's fair. My yellow is yellow because of my hair. My name used to be purple. It used to be pink. It used to be blue actually as well. Just because my favorite color is blue. But then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make it yellow, the same color as my hair. So it's like a really bright yellow. Anyone with light mode cannot read my name at all. I feel bad. Oops. Heck yeah. Witch trainee that fails at witch exams. No. So you're like a witch in training right now? Wait, where did my... Oh, here it is. I was like, where did my Da Vinci go? Here it is. Oh no! What do you keep stumping on for the exams? Is witch the opposite of wizard? I don't think so. Cause I guess it depends on your definition. From what I've been told, they're basically the same thing. And I've been told that, okay, so it's like a big misunderstanding that witches are female and wizards are male. I have definitely been told the opposite, where, not the opposite, but where males can be both witch and, males can be, witches can be both male and female, there we go. But I don't know much about wizards, I'll be completely honest. I have not done any research on wizards themselves. Alright, let me find the announcement. Here it is. Save, replace. Everything's good. Export alpha. Medium, bam, bam. Okay, it should, once it renders, you'll probably see me lag for a second. Whee! 2 FPS! There we go. Yeah, there we go. Alright, we have officially made the announcement. So the announcement should show up. You see the top left. My right from my left. Top left of stream, it should show up with the announcements. Heck yeah. Let me change my seating position again. Alright, back to the art, back to the art. Well, the actual art, not this. I wanted to work on this because I was like, I gotta make that now. Okay, this is what we're working on today. We're working on an animatic today. Heck yeah. Have a good sleep. Thank you again, Jureen. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it was nice meeting you too. Aw. More witches.
More witches. Yes.
One day I'd like to set up like a witchy thing. Like, I guess collab would be the word for it? Question mark? But like a hangout sesh with a bunch of other witch or I'm between maybe, ooh, that would be really cool, Miso. Like a Halloween streamy with a bunch of witch VTubers. Oh my goodness. We're getting the wheels turning slowly but surely. I've never played MapleStory. How are you liking it? A witch hat that goes to the beach? What do you call it? Witch and wizard are both exactly. It has something else to do with something. I don't know why. But since I don't know much about wizards, I do not know. Maybe it is the alchemy aspect, maybe? No, because then that's an alchemist. So I'm reading up on chat. The thing you're not supposed to do. Because I missed some stuff. I stand with, oh! I get it. I haven't been to the beach in forever. Wait, and by forever, I mean like last year. Last year? Last year or the year before? I'm not 100% sure which, but it has not actually been that long. Now that I, wait, didn't I go? Did I, hold on. No, I did not go this year. I don't remember if I went last year, but it was not that long ago. Let's see if we can finish this lighting today. And let me know, at the top left, if anyone happens to see the announcements pop up. They pop up every, I think, 10 minutes. So if anyone sees it, let me know if you see the new one with the rogue energy. I'm so excited. I hope it worked. I believe. Oh, that emote is so cute. What the heck? Oh my goodness. It's the Fune, right? I don't know if I said that right. Which witch is which? Where? Who's on third? No, who's on first? What's on second? I don't remember all of them. What is it? Who's on first? How many? No. I don't know. Oh, I don't know who's on third. What do you mean you don't know, Miso? You're supposed to know, bro. I don't know who's on third. Oz, you too? Oh, what the heck? It's great. It's great. That one's not that old, right? No. Oh, Oz. This is for anyone that does the HoloLive stuff. But oh my goodness, did you guys see? Did you see? Yes, exactly, Biso. Yeah, we do not. We sometimes do song request, but today we are not doing song request. We did song request for like a month. How did you guys like it? I never really got around to asking you guys how you liked it. Me personally, I was vibing with some songs, but there were some songs that got requested that I definitely was not in the mood for at those times, and so it kind of put me out of the mood of drawing. And I'm wondering if it's a good idea to have song requests turned on when I'm doing art. Because the last thing I want is to get unfocused because I'm like listening to the song request and I'm like, this is not a song I vibe with. It's either that or I turn on song requests and I turn it off for me to hear it so that I just listen to my own stuff. Which isn't super fun because it's like a desync. Like, I can't hear the music playing on stream. So I would have no idea. I don't know. I did see, oh my goodness. It was alright. It was very inconsistent as a thing. Maybe we need a theme. There is a way to make it so the song request, it can only be requested off of a specific playlist. So I could make a playlist. I don't know if that's fun though, but I could make a playlist and then you guys could request specifically off of that playlist. Now, it would have to be a huge playlist because otherwise if it's only 5 songs, you're eventually gonna hear it, right? I'm trying to think of how other ways to do that. Add a reject toggle. If I added a reject toggle, because there is a skip, but I need a perma skip one where it's like I skip it and then it can never be requested again. Like I skip it and then it auto adds to like a block list or a blacklist. There it is. So that I don't hear that song again. It seems useful for the for the playlist. I would just have to come up with a playlist then. There is another thing that I could try doing. Hold on, I was trying to think of what it was. I don't think it would help. There's, when you guys request songs, I can add it to a playlist. Meaning any song you request gets added to a playlist. But I don't see how that helps our problem, so never mind. I'm backtracking on whatever I was saying there. I'm just trying to think of ways to make it work for everyone. Because I don't really... I'm fine with you guys requesting songs, but not songs that then put me out of the mood for drawing. But at the same time, how are you guys supposed to know what songs put me out of the mood for drawing, right? So that's why it's a dilemma. You make a trust system? Like, these people are okay to add songs, and then these people, they add songs I don't like, so because I think they do have a blacklist feature for users, I believe. So that certain users, I'd have to look into it, so that certain users cannot request at all. Something like that. Oh, wait, crap, we just got ads. Ads. I'm so sorry. Let me see. My friend makes the permissions to the channel points. Ooh, oh yeah, that's also another idea. That's a better idea. Just start making one from request and hotkey. Oh, hotkeys is a good way to do it too. He's like, too much trouble to resolve. It's a bit, as long as we can do it together, maybe it's a feature we can add back. That's why, honestly, that's why we haven't been doing song requests for a while, is because it's been like, it's been not helping me with doing the art. So I was like, limit it to VIP and mods. That is definitely something I could do, because VIPs and mods are going to be trusted members of the community. It makes me feel a little bad for anyone coming through, but if that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do. But even then, it's mostly, sorry, I'm putting this in my face. It's mostly a matter of people just knowing, like, here's the vibe we're going for, if that makes sense. Ads are okay as long as they support the streamer. They do! They do. And I take no offense if you guys use ad block. I'm not allowed to support it or condone it or whatever the word is there, I don't know. But I'm allowed to say, if you guys use it, you know, I feel nothing. I'm just very grateful that you guys are here. And I'm grateful if, for those of you that do have to sit through ads, thank you so much for supporting me. It does help. I mention it almost every stream, so duh. But it does actually help. Oh my gosh, I just realized I've been lining stuff I don't need to line. Damn it. I do this every time. How could this happen to me? Okay. Sorry, I was like, no, I didn't have to line any of that. This is how I save time and or lose time in when I'm doing commissions. Is that I keep doing stuff like this where I do things I don't need to. I gotta get into the practice of not. What's VIP in this chat mean? It's people I trust. For the most part, people that have been around for a while, people that you know, they're basically kind of like regulars. That, and I've also gotten into the habit of giving VIP to people who I've worked with, that I enjoyed working with. For example, I believe, don't quote me on this because I'm not 100% sure if I did yet, but I believe I gave Parker, which is the person we're working on right now, I believe I gave them a VIP badge because they're super kind. Very understanding, especially in DMs when I was mentioning some stuff. And I'm working on their stuff, like I've worked with them. So it's like stuff like that. I think I did though, again, don't quote me on it. If I haven't yet, then I will after I finish it.
Chocolate.
I know my creativity is very easy to trip up. I just have to play with the same repetitive things to keep the groove. Whee! Oh my goodness, I just realized I can cross my legs without, like... I can cross my legs without my, my knees hitting, or my legs hitting the metal bars that we just removed earlier. Maestro, would you like to be a VIP in the chat? I'm gonna let you know right now, before you make your decision, you cannot be a VIP and a mod. Twitch literally does not let me give VIP badges to mods. So let me know, Maestro, if you would like to be a VIP here at the clubhouse. I will happily give you your VIP badge back. I will happily... Oh, so you want it back, Maestro? So there is a non-zero possibility I could get a VIP in the next 1 to 10 years. Ooh, wait, what? There is a non-zero? Hold on. Yeah, yes, Techno. Sorry, I had to think about that. At first I thought you said 0. I'm sitting here like, boo. My brain, bro. Are you sure you want a VIP badge with someone with 1 brain cell? I was sitting here for a second thinking like, wait. Yeah. Sometimes I am slow. Oh my goodness. There we go. I would, but then I would lose the green badge. And I like green over pink. Hey, I mean, if you're gonna complain about it, I'll give you that pink badge back. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? If you're gonna cry that I took away your VIP badge, you know what I mean? I'll just give it back to you. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Maestro wants VIP back? If I give Maestro his pink badge back, I'd have to give someone else a green badge. Cause I like where we're at right now when in terms of like, you know, mods. I don't know how to word that, sorry. I've just, mods. You guys are great. You guys are great. Alright, let me get rid of all of this. Kinda sad that I added it. I didn't mean to add it. Oh, my background. No, my fire. Oh my goodness. Everything. There we go. Oh my goodness. There we go. I'm gonna cry. In a good way. There we go. That took too long! Okay. Wait, what's happening? Oh no, what happened? I missed it. I'll make a deal. Let's see. What happens first? I finished a novel. 30, VIP, level 30. Isn't that a little biased though? Because what if I'm like, oh yeah, well I'll give you VIP before you do any of the other stuff. Haha. You know what I mean? Where the rest of it's, well, one is based off of how hard you work. The other one is based off of, I guess, how much experience points you get. In Discord.
Hi, Gray. How you doing today?
I was asking about VIP because you may already be aware it differs between streamers. It does. Some are temporary, some are permanent, and some make it a redeem. I can understand having fun with it and doing like temporary things. I don't know. I guess I know some people that do redeems. I know some people who do temporary things. Over here it's permanent. I guess I can't say permanent. Even if you have, ow, I hit my knee, sorry. I said I wouldn't hit my knee anymore. No, it's because I lifted my leg a little differently than normal. Hi, Oida! Even if you have a VIP badge, if you still do something that breaks the rules, you're still breaking the rules. The VIP badge doesn't give you like a pass to not break the rules, essentially. So it's permanent as long as you don't break the rules. If that makes sense. That and you do lose your VIP badge if you haven't been here for like a year. I haven't seen you because you're only limited on a number. I think you get 50 VIP badges and then from there, is it fair for me to have given someone a VIP badge that hasn't been here for a year over someone that has been here like every single day for a year, even if they're kind of newer? Like in that case, VIP badges still would interchange a little bit. But it's mostly just, Any favorite games? Ooh, let me think. So I have always said, I just cracked my neck a million times. I have always said that To the Moon is one of my favorite games. I love that game. I love the story behind it. It's really nice. With that being said, I haven't played it in forever at the same time. I really would like to play it again at some point to relive the experience, because who knows, maybe I have played a game that might be more of my favorite nowadays. It was a really good story from what I remember, though. Otherwise, I really love the Halo series. I'm still biased about it. I love Gears of War, the series, like the franchise series, whatever you want to call it. Although, those are the only two that I'll probably name from here on. It's not going to be first-person shooters, because I don't really play I don't play many shooter games. Oh my goodness. Because, Gears is third person, right? Is it? I'm like 20% sure it's third person. I meant shooter games. My favorite genre of games is mystery. I love mystery games. I love horror. If you give me a horror mystery without freaking chase scenes, like a psychological. If you give me a psychological horror with, mystery elements, I love that. Eat that up, bro. Break the rules, don't do it, Oida, don't break the rules. Oh, it's already break time? Dang. Oh, right, we were working on the announcement earlier. I already forgot. I was like, why? I feel like I got nothing done. It's because we were working on some other stuff earlier. All right, break time, break time. Yippee! Now I can actually read chat, yay! Banning VIPs is a rarity. It's not delicious, though, Maestro. I don't want to ban people. I don't want to ban anyone. The only people that aren't allowed here are, like, obvious trolls and rude people and stuff. The point isn't that I want to ban people. It's that some people just don't know, communities are different. Some communities are different the way they run their stuff. There are things that I allow, there are things that I don't allow, that other communities may allow or not allow, yada yada. So, I don't really want to ban people. I'm not here out to try to get... I know my mod team is, like, hungry for some reason. I'm not out here to get anyone. I just, you know, I just want everyone to treat each other with respect. And sometimes it's harder to ask for that nowadays. So, I don't know. But that's really what we're about.
Hello, welcome in. Let me see. Prestige Lulu? Hello! How are you doing today?
The big thing VIP can help with are the things that VIPs can have privileges on Twitch. Yes. Oh, that helps. Like shoutouts. Yes, exactly. I have VIPs that are allowed to shout out people on this channel. So if you're a VIP, and especially if the mods are not here, usually if the mods are here, they'll take care of it. But if the mods are not here, usually towards the end of stream, VIPs can absolutely shout out anyone that, you know, if I'm like, hey, can you shout out this person? I think there's one other thing VIPs can do, and I don't remember if it was like a command or something. Halo's a classic. It's great. I have played Doki Doki, and I own Doki Doki Literature Plus, but I have not played Plus yet. I've been told there's a lot of extra content in Plus, and it's worth replaying. And I was like, okay, I mean, I might do it sometime. I don't know if it's just the mod team or is it just me? I'm just feral. I think it's the mod team, Maestro. Other than what I said above, I'm doing fine. What did you say above? I have to scroll up. And being an adult, resume updates and checking. You don't like resume? Updating your resume? It shows all your accomplishments that you've gotten so far. It's nice. Yeah, adulting is... I've been doing some adulting yesterday and today with doing financial stuff. Again, I'm complaining about it again, but I'm trying to figure out how to financially secure something, so... Adulting is... maybe fun's not the right word. It is definitely something that relieves stress once it's done, though. If VIPs can kiss... Okay. Ayokuri. Huh? Here, let's see. Can I add a command for VIPs only? Where is my chatbot? Here it is. I know, well, I mean I can. It's that I don't know what to add. If I were to do... I'll do an exclamation point VIP. And let me see what I'll make it do. Permissions, VIP, exclusive. Let's see, what do I want it to do? What would be something funny? Let me think. I'm gonna Google this because my creativity isn't here right now. Teacher's pet? Do I want it to be like something that's like just has the same text, or do I want it to be something that changes? Let me look up Streamlabs chatbot. Oh my gosh, what is it called? Not value. What is the word? GamerStop. I'm not partnered with GamerStop, Sketchy. I'm partnered with Rogue Energy. But hey, now that you brought it up, you guys too can check out Rogue Energy and get 30%. Today's the last day. Variables, that's what it was. Today's the last day to get 30% off your next order of Rogue Energy. Heck yeah, thank you guys. Heck yeah. All right, let me see what the variables are for Streamlabs. Wait, it's just because we can kiss and you can't? Oh my goodness. Ayokuni. Who are you gonna kiss, Ayokuni? Name one person you're gonna kiss. That's right, my code, Spelly does Rogue. I was so smart thinking of no. Oh, isn't it great? Yeah. Yippee. 30? Shako, that's right, 30%. Huh. I got the wrong Rogue. Yeah, you did Rouge. You did Rouge instead of Rogue. Like the color. Oh, I just downloaded. What? No, I don't want to download the documentation. Bro, why would you do this to me? Okay. What do you mean it's... oh. It was like, sorry, we can't delete this file because it's currently open in PDF. I'm like, what do you mean it's open in... Oh, I see it now. You're gonna kiss Maestro. Maestro's not a VIP. You can't kiss Maestro. Let's see. Control F. Let's do very...
Variable. What is this? Get off of my screen. Ah. No. No. Okay. Wait, how do you spell variable? Oh no. Various. Do they not use the word variable? Really? Why did they give, they made me download a whole documentation. They just... Okay. Yep. Thanks. Thank you, guys. We are counting down to what? Oh, the great. Might be no, it's I was looking to see like where they list all their variables, but they didn't. I'm right now in the commands section of it. They did not list all their variables. Unless it's just somewhere else. Here, I'll do VAR. May vary. Nope. Oh my goodness, why? How could this happen to... What's another word for command variables then? Is there another... Oh crap, there's a Pokemon? Oh, you got a Froakie? Oh, you're so lucky. I wanted a Froakie. I think I got a Trico. Not a bad one either, but I really wanted a Froakie. I was like, nah. They call it parameters. That's why. It's not variables, it's parameters. So they have target to user. Let me see what I can do that's fun. What is that? Oh. They have one that does number. Oh wait, we already know the random numbers. Duh. Oh my goodness. A parameter is not a variable. Ferret of another color. What does that even mean? You know what? Oh wait, you know what I'll do? Something simple. Something simple, but something maybe fun? Wait, let me see what else they have before I... Oh, I could do song request actually. I could do song request. Can I make it VIP only? Let me see. I can make it VIP only. I'm not gonna do it right now, but it's an option. I just wanted to see because I was looking through some of the stuff. All right. This is so dumb. It's so simple, so dumb, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Wait, is this... Am I doing this right? Let me go back up. Okay, yes. Alright, if you guys want to... It only works for VIPs, so if any of my VIPs want to do an exclamation point VIP, let's see if it worked. I apologize if it didn't. Alright, let me get back to lining. Let's see if it worked. Doing laundry? Oh, man. That is good. That is good. Oh, I'm gonna stretch. Stretch! Stretch your your question from earlier, Maple is a side-scrolling MMO. It's pretty fun. Oh, wait, isn't there a Maple 2 as well? Or am I just like, my brain like, oh. Friend has it locked behind a redeem with points of a decent amount, so it would take a week to accumulate. Ah. It's good for viewers that have been there longer than an hour. That's also an option too. I wonder if I can do that through Streamlabs. It's either, so I'm using Songify right now. And I also have the option of doing Streamlabs chatbot. I'm kind of too lazy to download anything else. So if that's possible through either one of those two, then that is also an option. That way it doesn't have to only be VIP exclusive. I might start it as VIP exclusive just to see how, if I can get into the groove of, you know, having song requests again. I don't really have a problem with it. It's just a matter of when songs, like, look, I do like metal, hard rock, all this other stuff, if I'm in the mood for it, but usually on stream, especially when I'm focused on doing art, not always in the mood for it. And so, because I'm not always in the mood for it, I kind of just say, nah, I'm just gonna not do that. Yeah, the vibe of the song, exactly. They scrapped it, no! Hi, Freda, welcome in! See, look, I had to think about it for a second, but I got it right? Freda, how you doing today? Hi, Claire! That's right! This is the Rogue Energy, chill strawberry hibiscus that I'm holding in my hand. Did you guys know? No, really though, I am here. We had talked about, for anyone that new coming into the community, we had talked about getting a sponsor for a few months. We were kind of just joking about it too, because we were like, look, if I were to get a sponsor, what would you guys want to see? And we were talking like ice cream brands, coffee brands, energy like energy drink, energy bar brands, stuff like that. And then Rogue Rogue actually reached out to me. I was like, wait, you guys, how did you know? No, I think the timing was just very, oh gosh, I'm spitting. I think the timing was just very, coincidental. But I was like, oh my goodness, my community's gonna be so happy. They're gonna be so proud of me for finally getting a sponsor. Yay! And so, you know, I'm just really happy. I'm really happy. I'm really proud about it. So, of course I'm gonna talk about it. Plus, I've tried Rogue Energy. They're one of the companies, they're one of the good ones. Because I've had some companies, not for streaming, but for other work-related stuff, where they're like, hey, you want to try our product and, like, sponsor it and stuff? But, for Instagram, for example, there was a clothing brand. I was stupid, okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, I was stupid because I was young. They were like, hey, we want you to model some clothing brand, our clothing brand, so all you have to do is get our clothes, wear it, take a picture of it, post on Instagram, tag us and hashtag us, yada yada, and then you can receive commissions and whatever. And I was excited because I'm like, oh crap. So I did it, but little did I know you have to buy their clothes, like you literally have to buy it. And I was like, what kind of crap? So I bought it because I'm dumb. Rogue Energy did not make me buy anything to try their samples. And they actually ask you to try it before you advertise for it and you partner with them. Because they don't necessarily want you to partner with them if you don't like it, you know what I mean? So I really like that. It was different from what I've done in the past, which is freaking buying the stuff myself. I did the same thing. You guys are not gonna believe this. You guys are not gonna believe this. When I had my very first job, I was selling knives. With that job where I sold, I'm sure a lot of you know exactly what I'm talking about. When I was selling knives, they make you buy the knives that you use to then go door to door to like show the example knives and show people these are the knives, these are what they do. They make you buy that at a legit company. It's a legit company and they make you buy it. And I'm like, bro. But I was very, very young then. I was straight fresh out of the graduation from high school, getting my first ever job. That's right, it was Cutco. No, wait, it's not a scam though. It's not a scam. I'm gonna tell you right now. Okay, I'm not affiliated with them, so I'm gonna tell you right now. But Vector Marketing is the freaking scam. They are the ones that were going around door to door to sell it. Cutco themselves, they only make the knives. Those knives are actually really good. They're really good. They work well. They do what they say they're gonna do. And that's impressive in and of itself. The knives, they sell themselves. I'm not actually being paid to say this. I swear to you guys. The knives are actually really good. They're actually really good. Vector Marketing is the scam. And I'm perfectly fine with saying that because they treated me like trash, bro. Like actual trash. Those are the people, like, if you can get Cutco knives just by going to the website or however to get it, I would recommend it that way. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, if you buy the knives and you're able to help someone out with commissions, I guess whatever kind of person you are. But the Cutco knives, if you really, really want Cutco knives, they actually do hella work. I'm not even kidding. Even though I don't work for them and I don't like the Vector Marketing, we still use Cutco knives to this day, me and my dad. So, you know, yeah, they work really well. I reckon that's a lot like the Husk fiasco a few years back. I do not know Husk. I know there was a vacuum one as well. I don't know Husk though. Claire. I unfortunately don't remember what the name of the clothing line was, but I know it was a lot of things. Okay, you guys are gonna laugh. It was a lot of things that I don't even really wear. Like a lot of t-shirts that I'm like, that I wasn't really into, but I did it anyway. And what I wound up doing is I wound up actually taking their t-shirts and cutting it up into a clothing style that I would rather wear, which I wound up never wearing anyway. Because I look like trash. I'm the worst. I am the worst. But yeah, they make you buy the clothes. I was like, bro. Hi, Nano. Sorry, we're talking about sponsors. Minus Rogue Energy. Like, don't get me wrong. Again, if you guys want 30% off, it is there for you for the rest of today. Bada bing, bada boom. But we're talking about in general, like, sponsors, door-to-door salesmen, all that, pyramid schemes. I was also part of a pyramid scheme. You guys know, I'm gonna say this, you ready? You guys ever heard of Amway? Oh my god. Yeah, I was in that too. I did so many dumb things when I was younger. Oh my gosh, I still do pretty dumb things now and then, but yeah. You guys know immediately as soon as I say it, you guys are like, wait a minute. Yup. Claire, for real, I bet they did, Claire. You did network marketing too for a bit? You love the product, but not the marketing system. Exactly. Like the product itself, some of the products are legit. Not Amway. None of those were legit. Some of the products that some marketing companies sell are legit, like the Cutco ones. They're legit. But the actual sales, the method they go about selling these things are just, they kind of suck balls. I'm just gonna be 100%. Herbalife? I've heard of Herbalife from old coworkers, but I never actually have seen it before. I heard that one was a huge scam as well. Scamway, exactly. Avon. Oh, I heard of Avon from movies. I've never seen an Avon rep before. But I've absolutely heard that from movies and stuff. So I'm trying to hold on. Let me find the color I'm looking for. There it is. I can't believe we've all lived the same life. Not literally the same life, but you know what I mean. It's just the idea of like, we know the scams. And the sad part is, a lot of people know it, but there's still people falling for it every day. No, probably not every day at this point, but people fall for it still. The pyramid schemes in general. Because it's the idea. They sell it to you really well. Some of them are pretty good salesmen. Just in the way they talk. If salesman's the right word. They sell you the idea. And that's all they need to do is sell you the idea. Because if they can sell you the idea, you could do the hard work of selling stuff if you can do that. And then they can rack in the money. As long as they can sell you the idea. That's basically how the pyramid schemes work if you do not know what a pyramid scheme is. Is Rogue only online? That I don't actually know. I don't actually know if it's only online. I know that you can definitely order online, obviously. But I don't know if they have, like, stations or something that you could buy from. Would you like me to ask? I can definitely ask, because there's a chat where I can talk to the Rogue Energy people. Herbalife story sounds so iffy. Oh no. Avon was a popular one. That's why I got into movies. But I got into movies in a bad way. People were like... Because people knew it was a scam, essentially. I'm gonna line the tiers as well for right now. It's true. It's true, Claire. Oh, there's a Pokemon? It's a Plusle! Okay, I'll try to catch it. I don't know if I have the balls. I do. I'm running out of Pokeballs. I know I am. I gotta get some more at some point. I'm gonna make these blue for now, and I'll change it later. They went online only? Really? They're going out permanently? Wait, this year? Wow, speak of the devil, bro. This year they're going out. There's a lot of companies that are downsizing this year. One of which is IHOP. And I was kind of sad about that because I was afraid that the only thing that is near my house, which is an IHOP, I don't want to lose it because I don't eat IHOP that often, but enough to where that would suck to lose my one and only, like, it's not even fast food, like diner, if you can call it diner. It's close enough to diner. I don't have anything else around me, please. Please don't take this away from me. But I think it does enough business where it won't go out of business, I hope. I hope. But yeah, there's a lot of stores that are closing down their stores. Closing down either a lot of stores. I'm trying to think of, there was one that is closing down permanently, and I don't remember which name it was, but they're closing down this year. Do you guys remember when Toys R Us was supposed to close? Did it actually perma-close? Because I thought I saw a Toys R Us not that long ago. Oh, I should have put this on another layer, huh? Damn. Meh. Meh. Exactly, Advent. Exactly. It's about the product that you're selling because you want to make people's lives better, not that you want to just sell a product. The whole end goal of these things shouldn't just be to sell a product. It's to help people. To help people either, like, for what I'm doing, for example, with the Rogue Energy, I'm saving you guys money on something you either would have tried or something that you're already getting and you just want to save money on it. I'm not trying to, like, sell you this product like, hey, guys, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, the products will speak for themselves. They will. So if it's something that really works for you, that's why I bought Rogue, because I want to try it. The packets that I got to try, they worked really well for me. So I'm hoping when I get the tubs, they work really well for me. I'm excited for it. But it shouldn't be about recruiting people or trying to make money. It should be about bettering someone's life, essentially. Just tell them that a sentient potato wants to know. Here, I'll... Well, actually, if you want to check, before I ask, if you want to check their FAQ, let me see. I'll link you the page to make it easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Here's the FAQ. If you guys want to take a sneaky peeky. A little sneaky peeky. They also have a why rogue, but for some reason I can't see that page. So I'll have to let them know about that. Maestro can though. I don't know what happened on my side. I'm gonna start lining something else because I want to start lining a different, yeah. What? I want to start lining a different scene for right now. I was getting tired of that one scene. Alright, let me see what is what layer. What is this? Sketch. Ow! This one's a sketch. Alright. Beans, beans, beans. Spell, you waving the tub around is rather convincing. You think so? The reason, if you didn't know, the reason I chose the strawberry hibiscus is because this was the favorite flavor out of like the 6 or 7 that I tried so far. I'll be trying some more soon. I'm waiting for it to come into mail. To come into the mail. Blah, blah. Wait, I think I missed a lot of, oh my gosh, sorry. I did not go up in chat. I did not scroll any higher. Goodbye, IHOP. Hello, Waffle House. I don't have a Waffle House near me. No. Norm's ruined IHOP, really? And Denny's? No, it sets a higher bar. What do you mean? Denny's is nice too. I don't know which one I like more. Whichever one's open 24/7. I think Waffle House then. I haven't been to a Waffle House, like, ever, though. They have Dairy Queen and Pizza Hut. I live in the middle of nowhere, Visago, help. Toys R Us closed. Then reopened a couple stores. It did, now it's coming back. They're trying to bring it back? Aw, man, I messed up my thing. Why did they even close to begin? I know they're going bankrupt, but how did they close and now they're able to come back? What happened? What changed? Dollar Tree isn't $1 anymore? It really is not. It really is not. And I guess Dollar General was never really just $1. It just depends on what you got. Was bought by another corp. Oh, after the last one dumpstered them. Oh, I did not know that's what happened. Huh. They're trying to bring back 99-cent stores, or they're dumping 99-cent stores? If the free 3D Rogue Tub object can be added as a throwable. You know, I don't know if I have a 3D, because this is 2D. Look, wait. This is 2D. If it could be a throwable, I would turn it into... I mean, I might be able to turn it into a throwable just as a 2D, but it would be really cool if we had a 3D object for it. Rim! Rim! Do you want a, commission? I should not, Rim, you're gonna hate me. I should not be spending my money, though. Don't. I lied. Unless someone is able to find it online. Maybe it's already a thing. Who knows? But I really need to be more careful with my money. You guys need to help me be a little more careful with my money. Please. Advent. Oh, thank you. Advent, thank you so much for the club bitties. I appreciate. Ow! That was my face, bro. Who did what? I look away for 2 seconds. Advent. Wait, I want to hear it.
Spelly one smuggy.
Spelly one schmuggy. Advent, thank you so much for the club bitties. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ah! Oh, yes, I need a drink. That's a good idea. Right now. Oh, my back.
I'm still trying to catch up on chat. Ugh. Honestly, I am glad. I'm glad that it's a powder. I'm actually glad it's a powder because you can get more drinks. Whereas with a can, you can't really... I mean, you could drink, I guess, like what I do sometimes. I drink half of the can. But it's not the same. With the powder, you get to make your own, like... You get to make your own, essentially. Which is really nice. Got her twice. How you doing today, Rim? Rim, you don't have to. You can if you want. I will not say, you know, it would be really cool, but you do not have to. And obviously there is no rush at all. So yes, if you do decide to, please take your time. I really do appreciate the thought, nonetheless. You enjoy Denny's? What is Norn? Noms? Noms pancakes? Did I read that wrong the first time? Noms pancakes are bigger and fluffier? And the steak? Wait, they have steak? Huh? I didn't realize people eat steak for breakfast. To each their own. Not that I have no room to judge. I eat mashed potatoes and ribs for breakfast the other day, bro. Ooh. It could be a cylinder with a PNG wrap. It's true. If anyone needs the PNG rim, I do have the PNG. Just rip the PNG and throw it in the blender. Or who knows, contact Rogue, see if they have official ones you can use. They do have assets. So they have a whole Discord, and inside the Discord, let me find it. Inside the Discord, they have a bunch of different chats for partners, and one of those are graphics. Here, I can type in the partners chat. Do we have any official Rogue Energy 3D objects? Such as for throwables? There you go. I put that into the chat task. Oh wait, is there a oh, there is a question. Hold on, wait. Ignore me. I didn't realize there was a questions thing. I say ignore me as if I'm talking directly to them. Okay, I put it into the questions channel. There's a lot of channels. There's content things if like I make a tweet and then I can put it into the content thing. I don't know what the team invite is. I don't know what a lot of these channels are. I think there is a channel, yes, partner frequently asked questions. Wait, I'm not gonna read it right this second, but okay, I did put the question in there just to see if they already have one. But if they don't, I mean, heck, that'd be really cool, because then I could, if it's completely okay with Rim, if he did make that, I could send it their way, and they could be like, wait, what? Who did this? Rimulex made this? Okay, hold on. Let's contact this Rim person. We're gonna need 3D models of all of the tubs. Ram's like on it. Oh man. Drink some Rogue, heck yeah. If I had some, I don't have some yet, wild potatoes. I ordered some more, it's coming in the mail. I have water right now. But let me tell you about Rogue. Rogue is really actually pretty good for you though. It has no sugars, no added sugars, and if you get the hydration line, it has no caffeine, and it still does what it needs to do and gives you energy. Heck yeah. That's why I specifically got the hydration line, because I wanted to try the one without the caffeine. I will try it for you! For you! I'll try it out, and I'll let you guys know if it, like, legit gives me the same energy that I get from energy drinks. Because if that's the case, holy crap. I can forego the whole caffeine. Which would be... I do not have a caffeine addiction. I definitely... Because I don't drink coffee or anything. And of the energy drinks I drink, I usually only drink half of an energy drink in a day. So I don't think I have a caffeine addiction or anything.
But the energy drinks I do drink have a lot of caffeine, so it's possible I have something going on. Which I don't drink. I haven't drank one in 2 weeks now. So go me. I also don't feel withdrawal symptoms though. Oh, sorry. I don't feel withdrawal symptoms, which is good. I probably didn't have any caffeine addiction or anything. Send you the PNG? I'll send it to you right now. You can also Google them. I found them all. They're all PNGs, but I'll send you the one that I'm holding right now. Oh crap. Hold on, I put it into a special folder for Warudo. One sec. One sec, Rim. Image folder. Okay, here it is. Open that. Open that. Send to Rim. Send this one to Rim. There you go, Rim. Heck yeah. But yeah, all I did was Google Rogue Energy PNG, and it has like a lot of flavors right there. They're all PNG. As long as you save them so that the background goes away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My pleasure, bro. Am I breaking the rules? By going around them? Wait. Wait, which rule? Wait, I'm confused, Wild Potatoes. Which rule were you afraid of breaking? Are you talking about the advertising rule? I think it's... As long as you're not, like, advertising yourself or someone else, I guess then it could be like, but I'm advertising for Rogue. But you're advertising for me for Rogue, if that makes sense. I think it's okay then, because we're all doing the same thing. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's okay. Because at the end of the day, it's still kind of advertising me. Yeah. Yeah. Current stream promo. Exactly. On the Rogue website, there's a huge bunch of stuffs under the media kit. Ooh. Do you wanna link that in chat, Techno? Tag Rim and link it. Heck yeah. Oh, there was a horsey and I missed it. Yeah. 4D, the fourth dimension is flavor. Is it? I thought it was smells. Isn't 4D smells? Or is that something else? Why is everyone's names green, bro? You have a cheese addiction, though? I love cheese. It's true. What are you what are you talking about? To go water the zucchini, go water the zucchini! That sounds delicious. Would it heal you? Not a bad idea. Like it gives me an energy boost, so it heals me. Actually, I think I have... Let me think. I'm trying to remember if I have an effect in Warudo that gives me speed lines. You know, like the anime speed lines? That thing. If it's not in Warudo, I could always put it in there, but that would be a little more effort. I think the healing thing would be cool. I have been getting some complaints about not having enough healing objects, so I think that would be really cool. Exactly, Techno. Thank you. Making stuff up. 40 is time space. Wait, it is? For real, for real? Why do they sometimes say, now you can watch, like, Shrek in 40? And I'm like, what does that even mean? Now I'm blue. Sponsored. Miso, you changed your name! Oh my goodness. Who is this? Who is this? Or do we want to make potions with throwables? We do have a potion. Oh, you mean with Rogue.
Here, it's this one, the one I sent you. The strawberry hibiscus is my favorite. This one, right in my hand, right here. That's my favorite. That's a TV cinema thing? Oh, the 4D being time. 3D is how they jump out of the screen. 4D is smells. I think so. 5D is when your chair moves in the wind. Oh, those are fun. Those are fun. When I go to theme parks, they have those sometimes. I've never seen those in an actual movie theater, though. You know what I have been to? Oh my gosh, you guys are gonna be like, what? Unless you've already done it. Okay, in select AMC, I think, theaters, they have VR movies. I'm gonna be completely honest, it's more like a VR game that you watch. But it's a freaking, they have VR movies. And I've done one before. And I was like, oh, it's so cool. Now granted, yes, I have VR, so I get to experience VR, yada yada. But if you don't have VR, or if you just love VR, highly recommend checking it out. You could do it with groups of people. I recommend doing it with groups of people. Don't do it alone. You can do it alone though. But if you do it with groups of people, you can see those other people in it. So they set you up in the gear. You have full body gear. It's not just the headset. You have full body gear. You have to strap it on. And then they set you into a dark room. There's like no lights in the room. The room is painted black. They have railing on the side. And what happens throughout, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but what happens throughout it is that there are things that they pop up in the room while you're in the room, and you can touch things, you can hold things, you can interact with things. I'm gonna drink right now. It is so cool. And the other people that are in with you, you can see them and you can touch them in VR too. I mean, you can touch them in real life and stuff, but it's so cool because like you'll be in like on an alien planet touching the grass and you can feel the grass. You can feel the wind on you because it's like a big immersive room. You can feel the wind. It is so freaking cool. Ah! And the one that I did was like an Indiana Jones type. So when they were like, reach out your hand and grab the torch. When I did that, I tell you, I grabbed a legit, I mean, it was just like it was like a cylinder or something, but it looked like a torch because I was in VR. And so I was sitting there holding the torch and all of the spider webs and stuff, you could burn away all the spider webs and you could walk throughout the whole thing. It was so cool. It was so cool. You guys have to try it. See if anything's near you. It's only select theaters. I'm pretty sure it's AMC. I'm not 100% on that one. But look it up. VR movies. You guys have to try it. Again, not sponsored, but it is so cool. It's so cool. I don't know what that would just be VR. That wouldn't even be like a 3D, 4D stuff. Oh man. Fourth dimension is time. It's just an intro to the outer limits as an Einstein quote. As well as an Einstein quote. I'm kind of reading it. Sorry, Visago. Sometimes I read things in my head, but I say it wrong out loud. And dimensions to space. Oh, my brain. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Yeah, VR movies. Definitely recommend. Weirdly enough, they don't have them in the label, but I will go with the strawberry kiwi. They don't? Okay, strawberry kiwi sounds really good too. It does sound good too. Room. I've been to one of those attractions where they put you in a pod and it becomes pitch black and there's a huge screen. It gives you a point of view effect. Oh, like Soarin'. Like Soarin', if you've ever been to Disney, Soarin' and the Avatar ride over in Animal Kingdom. Like one of those things. I think there's another one with a space one in Disney called Mars something or other. Those are fun too. Those are a lot of fun. Hi, sweetie. That's right. We're fueled with Rogue Energy. Today is the final day to get 30% off your order of Rogue Energy today. Heck yeah. We're talking about 3D modeling of Rogue Energy canister right now, or tub, not canister, tub. Rim is on the case, bro. And then we're also talking about 3D versus 4D versus 5D when you're in like the cinema watching movies versus VR movie. Well, I'm the only one that's talking about VR movies, but oh my gosh, if you could do VR movies, I highly recommend trying it. It is so cool. Oh, I will warn you guys though, if you get motion sick, it might not be the best for you. I don't know because I don't get motion sickness, but I have been told by other people who get motion sick that they're not big fans of VR because they get motion sickness. Oh, my back. Sorry. When the time comes, can we make the redeem rogue... Wait, can we make the redeem for rogue throwable the same as the percent discount? Do you mean like, if you throw it at me, I'll get 20% of my health back? Or if you did it today, it would be 30% of my health back. Yeah. Alien Planet. Yes, the Alien Planet one. I have not tried it. I want to try the Alien Planet one. That sounds more advanced than the thing I said. Alright, back to the track thing. Would also shake you. You picked the roller coaster video and off the rails. It felt crazy. Oh, that does sound really cool. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. The one I was talking about is a bit more advanced than that, but it's still, those ones are really cool. Because it still gives you, like, the air in your face, and, like, it's like, if you're literally just looking at the screen, it's like you're there, you know? I do get motion sick, but please enjoy. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Aw, how are you doing today, sweetie? I'm so affected by motion sickness that I can't play FPS games, so I'll sadly pass. Oh, sweetie. I'm sorry to hear. Yeah, I feel like it's very 50-50 with my friends. Where, like, 50% of them is, like, very motion sickness. Like, very motion sickness. And then the other half are like, heck yeah, let's do everything that would make everyone else motion sick. Like flying, oh my gosh, flying in VR. You gotta be careful with that. Oh, I should make Maestro fly on Friday to see if it... No, wait, yes, I'll do it at the end of a stream to see if he gets sick. I don't want to make him sick, but I want to see. Then we'll never do a flying thing if it does. Those things are hard to control sometimes, though. First dimension is a little more complicated than saying time according to studies. But it could just be looking through a spatial lens. My brain. I'm so... Oh, wait. We did look into a two-dimensional world. From a 3D's lens. Would that be anything... I'm sorry, I'm still thinking about VR chat. Would that be anything like if I went to a Ragnarok Online world in VR chat, in VR? Where everything's 2D, but it's all 3D... It's a 3D space? Yeah. I just make myself... No, no! No, I don't mean to threaten him, no! Oh, completely unrelated. I was watching Merc play this one game before stream today. Oh my goodness, it was so good. It was a horror game. I guess I'm just thinking about the face we're drawing right now. It was a horror game and it was so good. I don't remember what it was called. I'm sad now. But it was really fun. And he played through the whole thing. I was like, oh my goodness. Very unrelated though, sorry. There's only one flavor for Rogue Chill. So it's new. Yeah, the strawberry hibiscus is the only one right now. Already? It's time for a break? I feel like break times are happening too fast all of a sudden. Let me just finish up this leg. Okay. There. right. Ugh, let me stretch. I do agree that there's a possible infinite... Wait, that there is possibility... Possibly, oh my goodness, reading hard. An infinite number of dimensions. Like parallel universes kind of thing? It's nice to think about. There's a lot of really nice theories to think about. Still Wake the Deep. Yes, that was the name of the game. That's right. How did you know? How did you know, sweetie? Still Wake the Deep. That's the one. You guys. Yeah, it was a really cool looking game. It was like without spoiling, you're like on a boat. It's much more complicated than that, but you're on a boat, so right there, that's scary for some people. I completely understand. And stuff goes down, and it's really cool. So if you like guys like boat horror games, definitely check it out. Heck yeah. I wanted to start talking about it, and I realized that I might wind up spoiling stuff, so I was like, ooh. Sorry, I'm seeing... Oh, they answered me already. They said... Ready? Partner resources. Oh. Oh. Rim's gonna hate me, bro. Rim, don't hate me. They do have 3D model. I'm looking right now. Right meow. Extract. Alright, let's take a sneaky peeky then. Let's see how they look. They have tubs, shakers small, and shakers large. Since we're on break time, we're gonna take a sneaky... Maybe I can put it in my hand and not this. Oh, wait, crap, how do I do this? Let's see. If I do this... No, wait, oops. Open my folder. Oh, it has, poop. It has to be a Warudo item. What's a shaker? Is it a tumbler with a whisk in it? It's like one of those things where... Is that what it's called? A tumbler? I don't actually know. It's like one of those things where, it's a cup that has a lid. So, like, that lid, I don't know. And then it has, like, a thing on the inside of it that has, like, a bunch of... I think it's to hold ice. I don't actually know how. But, yeah. Your dress is torn again. I know. I have two different models. I'll show you. I have this model, and then I have... this model. But I don't use the other model because of the mouth. So this one, it's fine. Well, it's weird looking because I'm sitting right now, but you can see that it's a lot better. But then I have this, like, alien inside my freaking mouth, bro, and I can't, like, I can't get rid of it. I've been trying to figure out how. So until I figure out how to get rid of it, I'm kind of screwed. But we should be getting something, not anytime super duper soon, so I don't want to make any promises, but we should be getting something pretty cool in terms of the skirt. At some point. We'll see, we'll see. I'm trying to figure out, okay, if I were to open, okay, please, please, PC, I just need you to do stuff in Unity for like 5 seconds, all of 5 seconds. You got this. You can do this, you can do this. I believe if I can remember how to do it off the top of my head. I hope I can. It is, for real, Nano. I have no... I can't pick it's either one or the other.
Believe, PC. Believe. I recently saw the Alien movie. Like last year. It was the first time I ever watched it. And now Merp wants me to watch, what was it wasn't Annihilation. Was that what it was called? It's another horror movie, I think. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Import to the prop. No, wait. Come on, Spelly. You know what? I know where there's a tutorial. Let me just look up the tutorial. Because you have to do like a weird thing with the prop names. And I don't remember. History. Warudo. 3D physics simulations? Oh no, I went to the wrong thing. Search my history. Warudo. There we go. Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I have everything ready. Okay. Rogue. I have created the mod. Okay. Okay, it has been clicked and dragged. It does not have anything onto it. It's just the tub itself. I'll show you guys in a second. Unless they, like, have it in the resources elsewhere? Yeah, it's just the tub. Let me take a sneaky peeky. Yeah, I guess I would have to hug a BRB, sweetie. I guess I'd have to put the wrap on it, and I have no idea how to do that. Let me go back. Okay. Okay. Oz. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm going to save this, and I'm going to... No. I clicked the wrong button. I'm gonna save this... Okay, I guess I am going to save it as a thing. And the reason I'm going to save this is because... I want to come back to it. They have a thing where I can literally just drag and dump for the label. So I might be able to just put the label on myself. What? What? Please save my file. Thank you for saving my file. I appreciate you.
We'll come back to it. It was like, I tried to save it and it was like, nah. I'm like, please save my file. Alright, wait, where did, that's very quiet now. There we go. I was like, where did my sounds go? Ooh. I will download this rim, and I will do it on our next break. Maybe I'll just do rims, it might be easier. Okay, back to lining. Bye. Blah, blah, blah. There's so many alien. There are? I thought there was only the main. I say the main. I don't remember how many I watched. Was there 3 of them? And I know there's Alien versus Predator as well. And I think I watched. No, I watched the Predator movie. I never watched Alien versus Predator. But I heard that was like next on the list. But we didn't get to that far. You think so, Rim? I'm excited. I will take a sneaky peeky. Thank you, Rim. You are so kind. Does she have angel wings? Yeah, I think she's, honestly, right now, I think she's one of the only people who do Warudo tutorials. We're thinking about the same person, Rim. And I'm pretty sure she's one of the only people doing Warudo tutorials. Because I haven't seen anyone else doing Warudo tutorials. I like her tutorials, but she hasn't covered everything. And that's okay, I mean, she has a life too, so. Out. What was that? Recco! Wait for it, listen.
W00T. W00T.
W000. Recco, thank you so much for being a VIP here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Whee! How you doing today? What's up? We're talking about the Alien movies. Like Alien versus Predator, horror movies in general. I just recently watched them last year for the first time ever. Whee! Suddenly through Spelly, but do you have those? Oh, the VR arcades? We do! I've never been to a VR arcade. Oh yeah, we were talking about VR as well. I was mentioning that I went to a VR movie, but I've never been to a VR arcade before. That sounds really fun. Oh gosh. What was that sound? Maestro! Aw.
Oh, sub-TMs? Hype train. Anyone?
Maestro, thank you so much for the VIP membership here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You were waiting. Yeah, I'd love to try a VR arcade at some point. Oh no. My stomach is hurting and I'm trying to figure out if I'm hungry. I feel like I just ate though. When did I eat? I ate around 9, 10, around 10.
So I didn't eat that long ago. Why am I still hungry? Grr. Second Alien movie was the best one. I think I saw that one. Was that the one with the kid?
My
Or is
name
it the first
Onsai
one?
Farah, and you should
Hi,
be following
Ice.
Spelly.
Hey, go
What are you waiting
hey. Was the second one or was it the first one that had the kid in it? You streamed Alien Isolation? It's 10-year-old but still scary. Is Alien Isolation based off of any of the movies? Sorry, I'm making sure I lined everything. Oh goodness, this one has a lot of layers. Help. Too many layers, too many layers, too many sketch layers. If I do this, and then I do this. Oh, cool. Maybe I don't want to do that. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just thinking in my head right now. I'm trying to figure out how I want to split this one up. Get out of here. I'm figuring out how I want to split up the background because I'm not 100% sure if I want the middle of it to be a special effect thing, and I think I do. And to do that, I'm going to have to keep it split. So I will make sure everything is split. Because all the other backgrounds, I merged them already. Oh crap, did I merge this one? No, I did not. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Put this into its own folder. Call it background. Oh, goodness. What was that? Who did that? Ow! Tay! What? Tay, thank you so much for giving those 5 VIP memberships out to... I have to scroll up a little bit. Hoshino! Mir? The Fushisia? I'm so sorry. To Fallacy? Mr. Soup? And Nico Bun Buns. That's a funny name. Thank you again so much, Tay. What the heck? I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh yeah, did anyone want to try the exclamation VIP? I added a new thing, a new command. There we go. I can't remember. A new command. Only VIPs can use it though. So you'd have to do exclamation point VIP. I don't know if it's gonna work though. Oh gosh. I will drink. Thank you. That scared me. I was looking at chat and my avatar was right next to chat and the water scared me. I thought I broke something for a second there. I would like friendlier representations of aliens. Because what if aliens really come down? Everyone's gonna fear aliens, bro. They're gonna be like, no. Second one had the kid and lady fights. Oh, yes. I did like that one. I did like that one a lot. Hated the team, though. They sucked. Or maybe it was just a couple of those people on that team. I was like, oh my gosh. They are annoying. Well, that lady was the same person from the first one? Yes, no? Aw, thank you, Maestro. You're too kind. Thank you again, Tay. Started out as horror, and then what'd they become? No longer horror? It works! Yippee! Thank you so much. Rekko, you're the first person ever to use that command. Congratulations.
It does, Tay. It does. Did I tell you guys? I wrote them down. We have 3 Persona streams still to get through. Ow. Then they had to take some of it out for marketability? Take what out? What's a VIP redeem even do? It just says, honestly, it's a command, and all it does is say how many times VIPs have redeemed the command. But only VIPs can redeem it. Mods cannot even redeem it. Go ahead, try. Maestro, if you want to try to redeem the command, no one else can redeem it except VIPs. But that's all it does. It just says how many times a VIP has redeemed the VIP command.
But it's special, because only you can use it.
Oh no, did it, oh no, it did work for Maestro. Get out of here, Maestro. Maestro? Wait, what? No, hold on, hold on. I want to show you guys what I see on my screen. Huh? What happened? What happened to his mod sword? Literally, when you used it. It did, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, excuse me? No. Look, look how I have the command set up. They have an option. It says you could either have VIP Plus, which allows anyone that is VIP or above to use it, or you can have VIP exclusive, so not even mods could use it. I'll show you. Here you go. So I have it currently set to exclusive, so only VIPs can use it. But I don't know why, as soon as Maestro used it, it removed his mod thing, and then it gave it back, and I'm like, what? Huh? But I do have it to exclusive. It should only be exclusive for VIPs. Because otherwise, if I wanted anyone to use it, mods and VIPs, I would do VIP Plus. No, you cannot be a mod and a VIP. I've got the codes. Maybe it's because okay, I can think of one other reason. Maybe it's because Maestro's an editor. What is this emote I just got, bro? What is this emote, bro? That's so cool. I like that. That's cool. Because Maestro's an editor. That's the only other thing I can think of. That he was able to use it. But that would specifically be a Maestro thing. That wouldn't be anyone else. Editor? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, maybe because he's an editor, it lets him skip all of that. I can see it. I can see it. Okay, Maestro, don't ever use the VIP command again. I don't wanna remove the VIP command now. It's only for VIPs. Or, well, I guess I could always make Maestro a VIP, though. Take Terminator for the horror into action franchise? Wait, Terminator was supposed to be a horror movie? Was it? Oh, no, too many hairs. I don't know which ones was supposed to be in front. Let me grab my references. My references. Oh no, I closed my references. Let me open them. Here it is. Ah.
Oh yeah, Oz, if you can you do exclamation point VIP? I just want to see if it's because Maestro's an editor or if it's because mods can use it. Even though I have it set to VIP exclusive, I showed you guys. Okay, it might be that Maestro's an editor, so he bypasses it. But again, it was so weird that when he went to go use it, he was no longer a mod. I don't know, I feel like Maestro just broke the system. That's honestly what probably happened there. It's supposed to be VIP exclusive, but Maestro was able to use it, and I think he just broke everything. That's all. Normal things are normal. The first one was labeled a horror movie, then it changed to action at Terminator 2. That's interesting. Why did they think it was going to be a horror movie? Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Just the robot ruining everything. Nothing out of the norm there. What do you mean? Robots don't ruin anything. Haven't you seen Bicentennial Man, bro? That movie slaps, actually. That is a great movie. That movie literally is the opposite of robots ruining stuff. That's humans ruining stuff, bro. Could be that at the time, the T-80 behaved much like the slasher. Oh, okay. Thank you, Senor Burrito, because did you guys know that you can save 30% on your Rogue Energy order today? And today only, because today is the last day. Oh no! So if you guys would like to save 30% on your Rogue Energy order, please feel free to check out with the code, thank you guys, with the code SPELLYDOESROGUE, or you can click on that link. I made it easy for you guys. You click on that link, you order with that link, boom. It will be already automatically applied at checkout. Heck yeah. After today, you can still use the code, but it will be at 20%. I'm just trying to give you guys the best deal you can get. Heck yeah. Oh my gosh, my stomach. Sorry, my stomach's doing a thing. I really have to use the bathroom, but I'm trying to hold it, and I know I shouldn't, but good. City Burrito, how you doing today? I think things can have multiple categories. That's true, Vasago. It's like music. Music can definitely have multiple categories. Did you guys know that I always wanted to try making a song that had super varying genres in it, just like Xanadu, the movie Xanadu, what they do in the middle of that movie. Oh my gosh, I love that song so much. It's so good. Who is beaning me right now? What did I do to you guys? Ah! Better other than, it's true. I should just go. I mean, all I have to do is pee. It's not like I have to do anything else, but you guys are gonna kill me! Oh, but that tablet is stuck on me. Thank you, Maestro. Ha! Try to kill me now! While I go pee real quick. I dare you. You can't. Can't do it. Maestro will save me, or anyone else that wants to heal me. I'm gonna pee. I am back. Wait, did I live? Okay, thank goodness. For a second there, I was like, hi back. No. Hey, a Pokemon.
For me? I should have paused the timer. I'm so sorry. For me?
You never saw which movie, Maestro? Oh, my eyeball itchy. Terminator? First half horror, second half action flick? I don't know. Malignant? What movie is that, Miso? You're sitting? I am sitting. Although I think I would prefer to be in a different outfit. I'm gonna turn on the painter's outfit.
No, me. Let me do it. No, me.
There. Just because I really feel bad. My skirt is really messed up. I gotta fix that. I keep saying that. Hold on. There we go. Back to sitting.
Whee!
Goes pretty dark for a while. Worst thing is, the way I write the Easter egg, the reader... I Easter egg the reader long before the characters have to deal with it. Easter egg like you tell them something's coming, or Easter egg like... What? Oh, foreshadowing. Never saw a witch movie. Oh no! Imagine that, Rim. You've never seen... Maestro, you've never watched freaking... Oh no. What is it called? Hocus Pocus, bro? Freaking... Halloween Town? Come on. It's a rather new horror movie? Oh, it's new! Okay, okay. I did not know it was new. Hocus Pocus is a good one. Did you know that they made a Hocus Pocus 2? Kind of recently? What was it, like 2 years, 3 years ago now? I don't know. My time is slipping. Into the future. Hocus Pocus 2. Came out in 2022, so 2 years ago. And you know what's really cool? Last year I went to Salem. And that was so cool because, you know, they were like, I went during October as well. So they were like, they had a lot of Hocus Pocus stuff around. I thought that was neat. Although they did have a lot of history, and I learned a lot about Salem and about the witch trials when I went. It's really sad stuff, of course, but I also learned some things I did not know about it. Like, for example, I thought the witch trials went all throughout the US whenever the year that it happened. It didn't. It was only in Salem. Or at least people only died in Salem. Everywhere else, if they did anything, no one actually died from it. They were just jailed or whatnot. But Europe is where they got hit the worst, obviously. Where I'm talking like hundreds, either thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds, I don't know what the number is there, of people died because of it. But in the US, it was not. It was only 22? Don't quote me on that number, but it was only a certain number of people that died, and that's it. And it was all in Salem. Or at least that's been documented, I should say, but I think that's pretty, what's the word I'm looking for? Pretty... obvious? I don't think that's the right word there.
Welcome in, Panther Girl. How you doing today? Congratulations. Yes.
Here, Godmother. Pirates of the Caribbean? Wait. Oh, no. I haven't seen Pirates of the Caribbean in forever either. What are some of the old movies you guys remember? I'm not talking super duper old. Well, I guess you could go super old. But like Pirates of the Caribbean, for example. Caribbean? It's not super old, but weren't they? Oh, didn't they say they were gonna make a new one of those, but it wasn't gonna have Johnny Depp in it? I don't know how I feel about that. You dig? Home Alone? I've never watched Home Alone. Wait. I never watched Home Alone? Is that right? Or did I watch it with Maestro? I think I started watching Home Alone. I don't remember. I don't think I finished it because I don't think I was really invested in it. But is that where it starts off? Or maybe I'm thinking of a different movie. Is that the one where it starts off and it's a family and they're getting ready for a vacation and they're going around trying to pack for it, yada yada, and then, you know, the main focus of the thing is that they forget the dude. And while they're doing that, there's a dude that comes in and pretends to be like a cop or something. Is that Home Alone? You weren't interested? Okay, so we tried. Hey, look. I may have not been interested in the movie, but I can at least say I tried to watch it. I apologize, Maestro. I'm so sorry. That's the first one? Oh, I didn't even know there were more than... I didn't know there was more than one. You want me to try it again? Why? I fell asleep. What are you talking about? They do also me as well, Rim. Most were innocent. If anything, all of them were innocent. There was one person who it was more than one. But there was basically one person that started it. Because of reasons. I'm sure you guys have seen or read The Crucible. There was one person, I can't say whether he deserved it or not, but he was really mean. But, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean he deserved to die the way he did. And there was one other person, actually the person who even started spreading all the rumors and stuff, nothing happened to them at the end of the day. Everyone who died from the witch trials, obviously they weren't witches, but they were innocent. They weren't, like, criminals. It's just chaos. It's just a town of people who fell into despair of, you know, suspecting everyone. And what's the word? Paranoia. There we go. That's really sad. It is. Hopefully we can learn from that, though. So that it doesn't happen again. I don't think I've seen Fast and Furious. I've seen Tokyo, is that Fast and Furious? I've seen Tokyo Drift. I think that's a Fast and Furious movie. But that's the only one I've seen. Not a huge racing person either. With the exception of NASCAR back in the day. I don't watch NASCAR anymore. Thank you, Visago. I'll take it out. I'll take a sneaky peeky. Actually, I have a walk to go on after this Pomo, so I might look at the show and tell channel either when I get back, if I get back fast enough, or
after not this break coming up, but the next break afterwards. Most of it got stopped only after the mayor's wife got accused, and then they just stopped it in Salem. Oh, Meister, if you didn't know, we were talking about the, Salem, the witch trials and stuff. All the stuff that we learned when we went there. Lots of history. Albeit sad, but again, hopefully something we can learn from. Mass hysteria, yep. Reminds me of an episode of, The Twilight Zone. You guys know the episode where the woman has her face wrapped up after, like, something happens or an accident or something? And so her face is wrapped up. Maybe it was just surgery. I don't remember. And these things are telling her, like, you know, oh, I hope, you know, you're not ugly and all this other stuff. And then when they finally reveal her face, they're like, oh my gosh, she's hideous. No! How could we have done this to her? That was a good episode. No, wait, that was not even the episode I was thinking of. No, I was thinking about a different episode. Damn it. The episode I was thinking of was the one where it was like a neighborhood of people, basically like a mini witch trials, where they start getting super paranoid about something dumb. I can't even remember what that one was about, but two completely different episodes. I got mixed up. My bad. Tokyo Drift was Fast and Furious? Hey! Oh, I see, bro. Have a good one, Oz. Thank you. Stoning? Bewitched episode about the trials? There was a Bewitched one?
Hey.
Hey, girl,
My name
hey.
is Asai Farah, and you should be following Spelly. Like, what are you waiting for?
Hey, girl, hey. Welcome back, sweetie.
You learned about Salem through creepypastas? Really? Whoa. That is interesting. I wonder if they... I don't know where Sweetie's from specifically, but in general, I wonder if they teach, or what they teach, in regards to the Salem witch trials in Europe. Because it was such a big thing there. Is it taught in schools, or is it like completely like, hey, we're just not gonna mention this because that was pretty bad. I don't know how any of that works. Because I can tell you right now, in America, if we teach anything that America did that was bad, it gets like skimmed very fast. It's like, hey, America did this, by the way, anyway. Here's all the other things, the bad things that the other countries have done. And it's like, I feel like that's the one thing that sucks about history class, is that it can become so biased depending on the country you're learning it from. It really, really, truly depends on the country or their own, like, teaching restrictions and stuff. Because I'm sure there are things that have happened in history that people would love to get lost in history. They don't want people to learn them. Which is kind of sucks because it's our history. It's done. Like, it's been done, and it's something that should be taught. It really depends on what it is. It should be taught so that it doesn't get repeated. That's kind of the point of learning history. That, and so we don't forget the things that we have done. Because it shouldn't be necessarily forgotten. Some of the things that have happened in history suck. They suck a lot. That doesn't mean we should just wipe it out and, like, okay, didn't happen. Cleaning our hands of this. No, we've all countries have done sucky stuff. We might have a few followers from the UK. Maybe they could tell us. The husband used a match while in the past. You could probably guess what happened next. Wait. Oh, because the match wasn't something... Oh, I see. So they thought he was a witch. Okay. That's what you meant by in the past and stuff. My brain was like loading symbol for a second there. I'm from France. They teach nothing about Salem. We had your own... Wait, we have our own deal of disastrous events. It's true. I thought France did have... Didn't the witch trials also happen in France? Depends on who writes the books. That's also true, Visago. They have already taken out... Wait. They had already taken most of that out of history books I had. I was back in the 80s. What, about the Salem witch trials? Really? I learned about it. Although I guess that was... It wasn't that long ago. I don't even want to talk about Common Core math, but that's another thing that I know nothing about in today's agendas. No. What's the word for... Not agenda. Syllabus. There we go. I'm sure they skim over some stuff like Joan of Arc. I don't even know what Joan of Arc is. I've heard of it. No clue other than the name. No clue. Guillotines were still used until the 1977? Where? Oy. We had an order, the Crusade, the Inquisition, the Witch Trial, the Inquisition episode 2. Oh, I don't even know. It's Saint Bartholomew, and the list goes on. I have heard of, obviously, the Witch Trial. I've heard of Inquisition because of the meme, the Spanish Inquisition. Otherwise, I have no idea what most of those are. Now, granted, I'm a bit ignorant of myself, like in and of myself. So I'm not a good example of, like, American history, or what we learned in American history, because I hated history, personally. But I do not know what some of those are.
Wiggling. We wiggling.
Oh, crap. It's almost time. Wait, let me see if I can finish this, and then start getting ready. And then we're gonna go for a walk, which means we're gonna do our words on stream. Okay. Alright, we finished this line art. We'll move on to this one next. But first, words.
Liquor.
Wait, what? It's almost time for a meeting. I hope you have a wonderful heckin' meeting. Rim, I gotta ask you at some point what you do for the funsies. I would like to know. I'm still trying to figure myself out in my life. Okay, here you go, guys, go. I'm gonna go for a walk for a little bit, so enjoy. Oh, hold on, sorry. Sorry. There we go. Enjoy. That's beans, Techno. Very rude. Because it's like, I don't know. I feel like when you give someone too much power, where they could just be like, alright, I want this person dead, and that's it. Okay, I'll be back.
Thank you very much. Boing.
Hey, gang. I'm on the phone right now, so I'm most likely going to be doing the next Pomo after we're done playing this game. I'm gonna do the next Pomo on mute while I'm on the phone. So, but right now I'm on pause, or they're doing something, so I will wait. But once they call me back, then I will have to mute again. I just wanted to let you, I just want to let you guys know. Yeah. But first and foremost, let's see if we can get the rest of these words. Some of them are gonna start with a C. Oh, we're getting some. Why am I so bad at this game? No.
Well, we did pretty good though. We did pretty good.
Okay, let's continue. Don't mind me. I go for my walkies and then I eat a bag of chips. Mmm. I thought I knew what this word was gonna be for a second. Ah, it's magician. I thought it was gonna be amazing, but there was no Z. I was like, what? Ow. Hmm. Wait. Oh, I was gonna be like, wait, can't we just use the word magic? But yeah. Is this a word? Heck yeah, I don't know what that means, but... Oh, that's right, ing can be the ending. Is this a word? Is this a word? Oh, wait. Is this a word? Hmm. Well, at least we completed the level, but this is hard. Oh, that's a good one. Ooh. Why do I keep losing... Hello? Why do I keep losing my tracking? Stop that. Stop that, model. Alright, let's go. Ooh, Mm-hmm. The P. The P is fake. That means P cannot be used in the words. Sweetie, I just saw the chat. Is this a word? Heck yeah. Oh, I think I got another one. Yay. Three more, three more. Can we get them all? Two more. One more. It's got to start with a D. The last one has to start with a D because it's alphabetical order. So D, U, No, wait. Ah, good one, good one.
We did it! Alright, alright.
Let's go. I have finished my bag of chips. Goodbye, bag of chips. I'll miss you. Ooh. Alright, I'm gonna cheetah off of Jack. Ida. No. Oh wait, is this a word? No wait. No wait, this is a word. No, I spelled it wrong. Oh, I still got a word. I meant to type cheat and I wrote chat. Is that a word? No. TH. How about etch? No, that wouldn't work. There's not two C's. Wait, no, et. Oh, that would work because it only needs one. Why am I dumb? How about, oh, heat was used. How about heat with two E's? Is that a word? No. Oh, one of the words has to start with an H. Alphabetically. Is this a word? No. How about this? No, wait. H? This? No. Ah, yeah, I got it. No. Wait, there's one more. Ah, there was one word left. I have no idea. I have no idea what it would have been. Just random guessing. Oh, well, I think we did pretty good. It would have been tech. Ah, we were so close. I'm still waiting on the phone call, so I'm not in a rush for it. I'm just letting you guys know. Wait. No. Oh, wait. Ah, that would have been a good one. Whoa, the U is fake. It's me, cool. The U is fake and the hidden letter is C. It's C. U is fake, C is hidden. No, what? I can spell. Is this a word? I don't know what that original word is, but yeah, I'll take it. Is chew a word? Like choo choo? Oh my goodness. No. That's messed up. I'm stealing. HoloLive? Oh, speaking of HoloLive, did you guys see it? I want to say it, but they have 4 beauties. Cutie beauties. Very excited for it. I saw it. Let's go. Let's go. Oh. 2 of those. Crap. 2 of those words would have started with a C. I didn't even see it. I didn't see it. Wink. Wink. Oh, wink. It's not letting me wink. Oh, it's 5-letter words. 5-letter words.
Can fetch me their souls. No, okay.
Sour. Sourly. I don't know. Oh, I can't spell. Okay, sailor. So the fake letter is U and the hidden letter is A. So this word should work. No, it's only 5-letter words. I forgot already. It doesn't do 4-letter words anymore. It's only 5. These are beans, bro. Hold on. I'm so bad at 5-letter words. Once you increase the letter count, I'm like, Oh. I think we just need one more word. Ah, that's a good one. Oh, I meant to type the other one. Wait, what was the fake letter again? No, wait. Did I miss something? What, did I use letters that weren't in there? Alright, let's try it again. Oh no. Okay, sting is a word. Sting is a word. Same with tuning. Tuning is a word. Stunning is the word. Which means this should be a word too. It was. So just try to work off of the word stunning. The hidden letter, oh, the fake letter is Z. Are there more than one fake letter? The fake letter is Z and the hidden letter is Is it N? Are there, because there's 3 N's? Oh yeah, it is. That's crazy, bro. What if I do... No. Is this a word? No, wait. 5 letters. There's only one more 5-letter word. Oh, Tinks. I was gonna get something with an S. I was like, I can't figure it out alphabetically. Alright, gang. We're almost there. We're almost there.
Got it.
I'm not good with... Oh, I thought, sweetie, I thought that was me at first when I typed saint. I was like, oh my gosh, I figured out what the missing letter was. No, that looks hard. It is, Marine Boy. My brain, bro. My brain. The word is a word that I do not know. Ablution? Ablution? So the fake letter is J, and the missing letter is L.
Welcome in, Marina.
It's 5-letter words. That's why I'm so bad. Once it leaves the 4-letter words into the 5-letter words, I sit here like, I have no idea, bro. I'm gonna be completely honest. This hard. Is this a word? No. Thank you for the head pat. Right on my brain, bro. Here, I'll try it, sweetie.
Whatever that word means.
No, it didn't work. Oh, ignore me. I just realized we're focused on the wrong thing. We're doing... Somewhere around here. Ignore me there.
Ah, snap.
Is this a word? No? Oh. Oh, we got game over? I thought we had already... I thought we passed already. Dang. Crying. We tried. We were close. Jack getting the whooping first, followed by Sweetie. Me. What was that? Oh, Marina! Thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you. A DRM. Anamon, Sunny, Miso, and Techno, thank you all for playing. Hi, Pickle. Hello, Pickle. We just finished Words on Stream. Yippee! How was your stream? Hello, Raiders. My name is Spelly. That's me. I'm your headmistress witch on Twitch, and I do art and animations.
Thank you so much for the raid, Pickle. How was the stream? Bing, 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 boing, 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 boing.
I'm gonna take off my... Hold on. I'm still on a phone call. I'm going to take off my headphones for right now, and I'm gonna just put the phone call on speaker so I can hear when... Well, I mean, it's just with Maestro. I can hear when he's back. Cause we're talking about stuff. But I have myself muted right now, so you guys will probably be able to hear him when he's back. He'll probably say something like, "Hello, honey." I'll be like, "Hello." Aw, man. You wanna watch that anime? It was good as heck. Wait, which anime? Oh. You mean the... Oh, I see what you mean. Thank you, Marita. It also kept crashing in the beginning? No! I'm sorry. I'm glad to hear you were able to finish the animation. Would you like to share it with us? Now, I will say, how long is the animation? Because if it's more than, like, 2 minutes, I'll have to share it when we go on break. But if you still want to share it, I will at least open it up. I will open it up so we can take a sneaky peeky afterwards, if it's too long.
Hey, thank you so much for the raid, Pickle. I really appreciate it. What the heck?
The beautiful top 3, right, sweetie? It's almost 2 minutes. Okay, we can watch it now then if you want. I do not mind. I do not mind. Whenever you are ready to send, you already know the drill. I will continue lining as fast as I can. Must line more. Wow, that was really fast. You had the link ready to go. Hold on, wait. Okay. Oh no! I drew that on the wrong layer. It meant nothing. It literally meant nothing. I drew that all on the wrong layer. Okay. Backtrack. Well, I guess we'll watch it first. I forgot to set up this layer. I was prepared because I posted other places. I see. Whenever I finish art, I almost post it nowhere. I almost take it nowhere. What was I doing again? My brain derped out for a second here. Oh, right.
I will set up. Oh no, it started. No. That sounded like Danganronpa for 2 seconds. Okay, ready? Let's see. Voice.
Mr. Business.
Oh, gosh. Sorry. Oh, I remember this. I remember you showed the, you showed it on the Discord, the time thingy. Yee. Oh no, what's happening to Mr. Business? Very fair, Miso. He's running out of time. No. To be continued.
Wah.
Thank you so much for sharing with us. I really appreciate it, Pickle. And thank you so much for the raid. If you have to do any post-stream self-care, like eat, sleep, do what you gotta do, I completely understand. Otherwise, if you're here with us, I'm hoping to finish this lining. I'm going to try my hardest to finish this lining, this pomo. I should be able to do it if I don't work on the wrong freaking layers. I should be able to do it. Let me make sure I have everything set up. All of these need to go into a sketch layer, labeled sketch. And all of these go into a background layer, labeled background. There we go. And then I change the opacity on this, lock this layer, lock this layer, lock this layer, hide this layer. Boom. Okay, now we're ready to actually line, unlike before when I messed up. That's no worries, that's no worries. I hope your internet was fine when you were streaming, though. Yeah, I hate when tech issues come. Thank you for the hat. I hate when tech issues come along when you're streaming, because it's beans, bro. Absolute beans. I got better once I closed my tabs. That's also fair. I was just talking about things I can do to improve. I'm gonna rant about it again. I was talking about finances with some of my friends in DMs earlier today, and I was talking about like what can I even do, essentially to make, for lack of better terms, to make more money as a freelance artist, so that I'm able to afford things on top of paying bills and stuff. And one of my friends had told me, and it's good advice. It's gonna sound dumb, but it is good advice. One of my friends had told me, basically, I need to learn how to draw faster. And I was like, I mean, definitely not wrong. So this is me attempting to draw faster. Yeah.
Drawing faster helps, I'm sure. Yeah, as you guys, I mean, you guys literally see my whole process. You guys know about how fast I draw right now, where I'm capped at my limit. But I gotta go beyond my limit. I gotta go even faster. But I feel like at some point you kind of cap, like you... Not to say you can't learn how to draw even faster and even faster, yada yada. But at some point you're like, okay, I'm drawing actually pretty fast now and I'm still not making enough money. What do now? And it's like, I don't know. Gesture warm-ups might help? I don't know. Warm-ups have always stressed me out. Because how long, so you imagine, okay, not to say I disagree with you at all, first of all, Miso. But granted, I've never really done warm-ups, so I can't really speak from experience. Maybe someone else can't. But every time I try to do warm-ups, I sit there and I'm doing warm-ups for the next hour or two, and that's an hour or two I could have been working. And instead I was doing warm-ups and they... yeah.
Hi, Wasteland.
Big project could help with a rising artist? Wait, what? Wasteland, thank you so much for the club biddies. No, we're talking about, financially as a freelancer. Like, freelancing is your job. How do you improve so that you can become full-time freelance? That kind of thing. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but yesterday was a little different of a conversation. For real, sweetie. Plus ultra. Oh, I just hit my knee again. I'm trying not to. I always try to live by less is more. It's not wrong. It's not wrong. To an extent. The extent is clients. What the client wants. Well, for commission work and stuff. And again, the whole point of the conversation is, you know, making a living off of freelance. I know Rose did a whole mountain of training arc. I remember like 3 months entirely focused on speed, where she forced herself to draw a whole illustration within a given amount of time. I remember that. And she still does stuff like that to this day. I can't say I do the same thing with my animation challenges, but I do have animation challenges that forces me to not only do an animation technique that I've never done before, so it puts me out of my comfort zone, but I also have to finish it on that stream. Now, it's not a specific time limit, like I have 2 hours to finish this animation. It's more like I have to finish this animation, or else eventually I want to sleep too. Draw a whole character in 5 minutes and such? What does that sound? Oh my gosh, it's Maestro! Oh my gosh, that scared me. I was like, what is that? Hi, Maestro. Everyone can hear you on stream right now. Hello? Hello? Everyone can hear you on stream right now. Everyone can hear you on stream right now. Oh yeah, my timer is frozen. You're right. I'll, turn that back on. Thank you. Deadlines do help. Hold on, let me put my headphones in. So I'm gonna go muted now. Oh wait, I hit the wrong button. Or I typed the wrong command. Yee! Sounds less robotic than... Okay, I will mute for a bit. I will unmute if I do get a raid or, to say hi to someone. Because it's an easy button push, but I'm just letting you guys know that I will continue focusing muted. Alright. Spelly jump scare. Hello, I am back. I am off of my phone call now. Oh my goodness, I am so tired now because I don't know. Actually, you know what? Wait. I was about to grab a snack. What do you guys think? Should I grab a snack? I should fight the snacking urges and drink some water. Hi, back. I'm front. Hi, front.
No, I won't snack. I won't snack.
I'll just drink some water.
Snack.
Work more. No, if I wanted to work more, I would need to drink a snack. I would need to eat dinner. So I'd have to take like a full dinner break if I wanted to work more. Sorry, that was creepy. I was drinking water, but my model was like... Let's see, if I were to go down and snack, I'm trying to think of what's downstairs to snack on. I don't really think there's...
Buh.
Oh. Really, sweetie? Heck yeah, I'm officially a voice actor in an anime. Cheez-Its? I could do Cheez-Its. I still have... Oh, I have so many Cheez-Its still. But if it was a full dinner, then there comes the wall and bedtime. Wait, the wall? And bedtime? What is the wall? Huh? Question mark? Alright, I'm gonna go get some Cheez-Its then. I'll get some Cheez-Its. I'll get a small snack, and maybe it'll help me at least get through this last promo, in the very least. So, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Goo.
Nom nom nom. I got Cheez-Its. Yippee!
And I got good ones. I got the yummy one. Oh, extra toasty. I was talking to my dad about what to do for dinner. It was either grilled cheese or rice and chicken. Believe it or not, you'd be surprised. We actually picked rice and chicken. I'm surprised because the last time we made rice, my dad was like, oh my gosh, I hate rice because it got all over the place. We made way too much rice. Oops. You predicted Cheez-Its? Let me see. Oh my gosh, that cat. It's so cute. Cheesy rice and chicken bake with garlic toast. Do it all. For real. No, we're having orange chicken. Orange chicken and white rice. Meow. I've never had cheesy rice before. Is it good? What kind of rice works best with cheesy rice? To be specific, I have jasmine rice. We used to try brown rice. It's okay. It's definitely healthier for you, but I did, and then white rice is not super duper healthy for you, so I did the in-between for brown and white rice. I did jasmine rice now. I don't think I've ever had risotto. They'll all work? Okay. Fair, fair. Okay, what type of cheese? Hold on, I have to post the cat. Post this cat the 19th of every month. Oh. Alright, let me put my Cheez-Its aside. They'll all work? Wait, all cheeses work with all rice? Really? Mushroom risotto. Am I saying that right? Risotto? Is that a type of rice dish? Jasmine rice is good rice. I like it a lot. Wait, today's the 19th? Oh, it is. Oh my gosh. The June is going by too... You know, the other day I was like, okay, it's only like June 13th or June 14th or whatever day it was. I still have time to work on all the stuff I have to work on. I'm still doing okay. No, I'm not out of time. Yada yada. Now that it's June 19th, I'm like... You know what I mean? It's cheese and rice, so unless you want to go fancy and make like a cheese sauce, you're pretty much good to go. Wait, you wouldn't use a cheese sauce? What would you use then? Just like a cubes of cheese or melted cheese on there? Well, that's like cheese sauce though. I don't know what it would be then. The days are going... Sorry, I'm still eating cheese. I should put this down. They are going so fast. I mean, thus is life, ultimately, but... Holy moly. I don't know, I feel like the older you get, the faster time goes. And that's scary. Tell you right now. Because at some point you're gonna not want it to go so fast. It's like a rice baked cheese casserole sort of thing. Rice baked cheese. I've never thought about baking rice. Dump in shredded cheese to I never thought. Okay, that makes sense. Oh. Heck yeah, I would do that. See, that's something I could do, because... Yeah. Easy clap. Get a cheese rice casserole? Mmm. A Hong Kong diner. I don't think I've ever had... I'm not really sure what the correct term is here, so... I don't know if I've ever had Hong Kong food. Sorry, I don't know what else... I don't know. Vegetables in there, like broccoli, lay chicken on top, little butter in there, and bake. What, with the cheese and the shredded cheese and the rice? Honestly, exactly. Sweetie, I feel that way about rice and about potatoes. Because there's a lot of, with rice, I don't know if there's a lot of different ways to prepare rice. The way you can prepare a potato. But there's a lot of different dishes you can make with rice. Meanwhile, with potatoes, there are so many different ways. There's so many different ways you can prepare a potato. Ah, I can't think of a way to prepare a potato that I don't like. I like a lot of them. Unless grits is considered potato, then F that. I don't like grits. Yeah. Grits is corn? Okay, then I don't have to worry about it. Corn's pretty good though, so that's weird.
Inumi! Hello! Hello! How are you doing today? And thank you for the hot popcorn. Hello.
Cheese grits with bacon and maple syrup? I would not. Believe it or not, I would not eat cheese grits. That's how much I don't like grits. Believe it. Rice, pasta, potatoes. The whole. Oh, I completely forgot about pasta. It's another one. You're right. You're right.
I'm doing pretty good, Anumi.
I got a little sleepy towards the end towards right now where we are in stream. I was pretty energetic earlier. Now I'm a little sleepy, so I'm eating some Cheez-Its. Nom, nom, nom. I'm sad I got a little eepy. But we're just relaxing. Okay, originally the idea today was to do this art piece. Wait. I messed up what I was saying. Originally, the idea for today was just to line everything. I had no plans on coloring anything. So I am really ahead of today's schedule in terms of stream schedule. Which is really nice. Heck yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah, we have a heat wave. Tomorrow's gonna be the hottest for my heat wave. Food in general. Yum. Delicious. I've had pudding rice once. I don't actually think I liked pudding rice when I tried it. But maybe it was prepared wrong, or maybe it wasn't pudding rice that I'm thinking of. Never heard of puffed rice, or I've never had rice and mango. I've had rice and peaches, if that counts, with chocolate syrup and popping bubbles. Like boba popping bubbles. What's a potato candy? Hold on, I'm gonna drink some water. Pudding rice slaps. Maybe I gotta try it again. I haven't tried it ever. I've only ever tried it once, and I didn't really like it, but again, maybe it wasn't even. Maybe it wasn't pudding, rice pudding. I thought it was. Grrr. I might remove the hat from this seam. I won't do it right this second, but I might remove it in a bit. Thai sticky rice and sweet ripe mango? And coconut milk. Oh my goodness. They eat it like ice cream, but it doesn't eat it for— Wait, you can eat rice for ice cream? What? Onigiri, fried rice. Oh. Aw. Me too, Lucky. Oh, that sounds so good. Hi, Tyvis! Welcome in! Sorry, I'm stretching. Ah. Oh, mochi is so good. Mochi? I made that one from hand. That one's made of, isn't that made from bean paste? Or is it rice paste with beans, what is it? Red bean filling? Oh, it depends on what you put in it, but. And then I put ice cream, or not ice cream, strawberry. I put a strawberry in the middle of it, wrapped it around the, stuff, and then I put it in the freezer. Delicious. And then we sold them. Oh! Is she decapitated? Oh, yeah. Nah. Wait, let me find my sketch layer. Nah, she has a head. See? She's all good. It's all good. Happy. Happy. We're all happy here. You know how people like to eat ice cream for dessert? They eat it like that. Ice cream. I like ice cream. It's pretty good. Thai chili and mango sauce. Interesting. Chili and mango. You know, I kept telling my dad about wanting to try chili and chocolate, because there's these chocolate bars that are chili and chocolate, and I want to try them. My dad's like, that sounds stupid. I'm like, nah, bro, not until you try it. Sounds great. I have no idea, though, because I've never had it before. Bean paste is the filling. Ah, it's the filling. Yeah, I've never had spicy chocolate. My day's going really well, Thomas. How is yours? Let's go. Oh, gosh, what happened? Oh. Ow. Yeah, that's right, miso. I remember when I made, like I said, I made mochi from scratch. It was for my anime club. Don't judge me. And it was, wait, was it for anime club? Actually, I don't think it was. I think it was because I was volunteering for something that wasn't anime club. Believe it or not. Now I'm trying to remember. Good days, good times. I got to learn a lot. I think that might have been for, I don't know the exact name, but basically Japanese language club. It's either, oh, there's so many. It's either that or it was for... No. Now I don't know. Gah. This hurts. This pains me, bro.
Have a good one, sweetie. Thank you for being here.
Ah, thank you, sweetie, also. Happy chief.
Funny joke, because we're drawing a chef. Chef.
Chipotle spice brownies? I have, what, is that just spicy brownies? Like brownies with spices in it? What hardcore anime club? I can't remember. It was one of the clubs, though. It might have been the anime club, but I kind of don't think it was either. Because I remember making them with a handful of people that I never really met. Did the garden you volunteered at had events? Yes. Their most popular event was the Sakura Blossom event. Wait. Okay, my brain was like, did I do this on the wrong arm? But no, I did it on the right arm. Oh, I can turn this background off now. There you go. Was wondering, because it might have had events for Kochi? What is Kochi? Mochi. Oh no, it wasn't that. I was in a lot of different clubs. I remember it was a friend who had invited me to do it for a thing, and I can't remember what club, but it was basically fundraising for that club, but it was not the anime club. Or was it? And I say that like that because now I'm like, maybe it was just new anime club members that I didn't really know that well. I'm trying to think. I don't know. It's not important. The point is that it was for a club. Gah. And we made them and then we sold them at the university. Stock review? Yeah, like cherry blossoms. Yeah. Chipotle the spice. Not restaurant dried. Oh! I didn't realize Chipotle was a spice and not just a restaurant. Really? You once made fruit sushi? What is a fruit sushi? Is it sushi just with fruits inside of it?
I hit my knee that time.
Look, listen. I'm hitting my knee in different ways that I normally don't, which is on the metal thing that I unscrewed earlier today. I'm a little sad about it, because I'm like, aw. Or maybe I do just hit my knee that often. I don't know. I don't feel like I do. I also don't... I should not be sitting the way I'm sitting right now as well. So that does not help. I thought Chipotle is a chili. I just thought it was a restaurant. Yeah. The college wouldn't allow meat? Really?
Nostalgia. No.
They wouldn't allow fish? That's crazy, bro.
What?
Oh, oh my goodness. Did I really set all the... Well, not all the base colors, but a lot of the base colors? I am surprised. Did I tell you guys that I thought I was only going to get through, like, the line art today? Now look at us. What the heck? What?
Wow.
Stretch and drink here. I'll sit up properly and I'll drink some water.
Welcome back, Pico. Water.
Overachieving. Is that the right word? Drawing machine. Now I just have to be able to do this every day. I think I finished coloring the main character. I'm just gonna draw or color everyone else.
Thank you, Lucky.
That's exciting, Thomas. Yeah, Pickle, we've been... Oh my goodness. Actually, not bad. I think that works pretty well.
Yeah, we've been cooking. Cooking.
I gotta separate some of these layers better. Just because... Well, this one should be fine, but the background and foreground and everyone's cut up.
Cooking. Cookie. Must eat cookie.
Oh, this red? Let's go. I kind of have free reign on this character, so I'm trying to figure out how I want to draw them. I might draw them the opposite of the main character, meaning... Can chefs have black chef outfits, or does it have to be white for a particular reason or something? I don't know anything about chef culture. Like in restaurants and important places. Not like just at home. You did what you cooked? Okay.
Nice.
Yo. Google was wordy, very fair. I think the black uniform might mean something special to some places, like a master chef. Well, I'll tell you right now, in this dynamic, this person on the left is the newbie, this person in the middle is like the master chef, and the person on the right is like the top chef, if that makes sense. Like the top student chef, newbie, and the master. In terms of dynamics and stuff. I kind of wanted to see if I could do like an opposite. So his is like white with black and red a little bit. So I wanted to make his black or gray, but with white buttons. And I don't really need to add any other colors than that. Unless I did like whatever the opposite of, so I thought it was... I'm taking this red color and I'm going on the literally the opposite side of the color wheel with it. I worked at a restaurant. We wore all black. Oh. That's what you call it. What's it called when you want to be a foil? That's your second favorite. Also adds, when you want them to be foil? I have no idea. What? Huh? Have a good one, Gray! So maybe something like this. I guess it's not super important because it's a fantasy world, but at the same time... Like, when I was reading about... What are they called? Utah? It's not a Utah, is it? Utah. No. It's like a kimono, but the other one. Or was I thinking about kimonos? No, shrine maidens. Oh my gosh. Whatever that's called. And they... Whatever they wear... the colors do matter for them. What? Welcome in, Brem. Hey yo, we are doing an animatic today. I'm just trying to figure out colors. Oh. Oh wait. A commission! Yeah! Yeah. Although I'm so excited, speaking of like art, like fan art and OCs and stuff, I am so excited for Art Fight. It's coming. It is coming soon. It starts January 1st. I think I have everything ready for it, my profile and all that jazz. Oh my goodness. I know! Are you excited? Is it your first Art Fight, Miso? Oh, there's a Pokemon. Wait. Wait. Right there. Bam.
Give me that Pokemon, please.
Now what to make the head, like the top, no, the Master Chef wear? When's it start? July 1st. July 1st. Welcome back, Pickle. Still not ready? Still need time to do more. I'm lucky because once you set up for like a year of doing Art Fight, when you come back the next year, you have a lot of things already done. It's just a matter of revamping things. So it's pretty easy for me to just like switch a couple things around, you know? I originally wanted, you know what? Oh, I know what I want to do with the head chef. She's gonna have a white top and a black bottom. Oh, poop. I forgot to finish the hand, and I definitely don't feel like doing hands right now. I'm lazy. Yeah. Maybe tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Whoa. There we go. Heck yeah. You love his colors? Aw, thank you. I'll see. I hope my client likes it too. But we will see. Yin Yang thing? Yeah. Oh, like half black, half white? Legit? I don't know if I want to go, like... Oh, man. Are we getting too creative with it now? Like this kind of thing? Oh, no, I hit the wrong button. Ah. Yeah. You know, you're not throwing paint at each other. Here, I'll give you the website link. So you can check it out. But basically, there's two teams. Team A and Team B. This year is Team Seafoam and Team Stardust. But for the explanation purposes, I'll just say Team A and Team B. So if you sign up for Team A, you have to draw people that are on Team B. And the more people you draw from Team B, the more points you get. You can draw people from Team A as well, your own team, but you don't get as many points for doing that. And at the end of the fight, which is the end of July, the team with the most points wins. Yeah. Pickle, I'd say probably 75 to 80% of the stuff I work on stream is commercial. Yeah. Yeah, Pickle, I'll have to ask them. I mean, I can ask them right now, because they're around. Hold on. I'll screenshot it and say, how does this look for colors? Here, let's see. I tried to do opposite colors for the what do you think? Alright, I sent them a message to see. Hi, Ram. Not much, not much. We're kind of character designing right now. Kind of. By kind of, I mean like, these two characters don't have official designs or colors or anything, so I tried to do the opposite of our main character. So his is white, I made his black, black buttons, white buttons, and then a little bit of red. So I gave him like, I literally went to the color wheel and did the opposite of wherever the color wheel, the opposite side. So I tried to make them very alternating colors, like different. Because he's kind of not a super good person, as you can kind of see over here. Complimentary, yeah. It is Fasani! Well, I'm so glad you asked, Fasani. Welcome in. Did you guys know? Today is unfortunately the last day that you can get Rogue at 30% off if you check out with my code SPELLYDOESROGUE. Or you can just click on that link right there, because that link will apply it at checkout. Right there. So if you were planning on... Oh, I'm like spitting, sorry. If you were planning on trying Rogue Energy, which is an energy drink that has no caffeine if you get the hydration line, and no sugars added at all. If you were planning on trying Rogue, or maybe you already get Rogue but you want it a little cheaper than normal, go ahead and try out my code today. Today's the last day to apply the 30%. And then after today, you can still get 20% off. But right now, it is 30% off. Heck yeah.
Thanks for asking. Hi, Fasani. Thank you for the shout out to Fasani.
How would you like Final Fantasy? I was watching a little bit. I always get lost watching MMOs, but I was watching a little bit yesterday. How did you like How did you like the Final Fantasies? I forgot to add the back of his hair, so I'll have to do that. Did I? Oh, I did give him an eye color, kind of. Hold on. I'm gonna paint his eyes white for right now, just so I can see his eyes, but I'll color it later. Whatever color I actually want it. I like the black, but then you can't really see the expression. I mean, like if I make this black, for example. You know what I mean? So maybe, I mean, I could do like a really dark gray. Maybe. Maybe I'll do that.
Was good. I'm glad to hear. Heck yeah. Heck to the yeah.
Wait, what? Where am I? Oh my goodness, sorry, I'm clicking everything. Here it is. I wanted this specific shade of purple. I don't know why specifically, but it's foreshadowing without actual foreshadowing. You would not be able to tell. Is it okay if I blow up your character with things to see what they do? Do you mean the throwables? I hope. Yeah, you can throw things at me if that's what you mean. That's what it's there for. But if you like, I hope you don't mean like. Okay, yeah, you could throw things at me. I'll take a sneaky peeky Pisani. For a second there, because you animate Pickle, I thought you meant animate me, my character blowing up, and I was gonna say, I apologize, Pickle, but I'm not comfy with that. I mean, let me see.
I'll take a sneaky peeky.
Hold on 1 second. Let me grab it. It should be. Oh, hold on. I typed it wrong. Should be this website.
There you go. Sneaky peeky. You gotta try these at me.
I hope you guys like them. Not throwables.
Yeah, no worries, Fasani. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even look at the time. Alright, I'm gonna show you guys the progress that we got so far. Now keep in mind, originally we were just going to finish the lining. That's it. That's all I wanted to do today was, I mean, not that I wouldn't want to do more, but my goal was to finish the lining today. And look at everything else we did. Look at it all. Now it's only base, oh my goodness, that scared me. It's only base colors. So I still have to do all the shading and the highlights and stuff. The lighting stuff. And I haven't finished all the, as you can tell, I haven't finished all the base colors either, but. What's that sound? Oh, it's a song. I didn't, the guitar was like, felt like it was another room. Heck yeah, look at all this. I clicked on the wrong button. There we go. I didn't touch much on the ones that had the monster, because I still don't know yet what to make the monster. I have to add, so this butt is a meme. But I want to add like a big shadow cloak over the monster. So it's going to cover the butt. I just drew the butt for a meme, but... but... Okay. Look at everything we did today. Heck yeah. I feel like we got a lot done. A lot more than I had originally planned it, at least. That's really cool. All right.
Butt. The butt. No, the booty.
Okay, stop. Y'all. Booty, right? What is that from? Because I hear people say that all the time. I feel like that is something I think my to sound cringe. My younger brother used to say. It's a song. And I'm like, what the heck? What is wrong with my brother? Yes, link to me.
It's a very old song, is it? No wonder. It's into DMs. Let me take a sneaky peeky. Okay, let's listen to this. I'm gonna start it. I want to hear it. Wait, this is this the one? I think this isn't this a new song, Fisani? I thought I saw the I don't know. To be fair, I have not heard the full version of this one. This is the trend. Okay, so this is a new song. This is not the same one, but I have not heard the full song of this one either. No, you're fine, Masani.
Booty booty shorts. Booty 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 shorts. My man, not so fast. Booty booty booty.
Oh my goodness. I don't know the words, so. I've not gotten past that one part with the booty shorts. I don't know any of this. This is from the meme. Someone asked if I could animate this for them, and I was like, I don't know how to do how. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry. I don't know. No, you're fine, Masani. I'm watching it right now because I haven't seen this before. I have not seen any of the parts that were not the booty parts. I'm gonna click on that, but I gotta pause it real quick. Alright, I paused it. Oh my goodness. Ow! This music video, so I need someone to teach me how to make an music video. What is it called? Is it a PV? What does PV stand for? Someone's gotta teach me how to make a PV. It's super catchy.
Booty 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 shorts. Booty 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 shorts.
No, MV is music video, but if you look at... Here, I'll just put it in the chat. It's okay. If you look at the... It says official PV. What does PV stand for? Doesn't that normally stand for promotional video? So is it promotional video? I want to hear this one. Promotional? Someone's got to teach me how to make that. How to make the really snappy videos so that they look really nice. Yeah, this is the song I was thinking of. Rugged everywhere. Booty, 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 booty. That's fine. Promotional sounds right. It's so odd to call it promotional when it's like basically just a music video, but I guess it makes sense. I'm not sure what it's promoting. I'm trying to figure out, so if I were to like make something like that, would I call it a PV? Would I call it an MV? I do not know. AMV for animated music video. It's true. I know a pinch about music video edit. It's all in editing. I know. I gotta learn a lot of editing stuff, timing and cuts. Those are things I really like to do, but oh no, I don't have enough balls. Hold on. Anime TikToks, no. Not the TikTok edits, the YouTube edits, bro. Because they're promoting themselves? Maybe that's what it is. Alright, gang. Oh my gosh, am I yelling at you guys? I'm so sorry. I just heard myself for a second there and it sounded like I was yelling and I sounded really annoying. Alright, gang, it is that time. We'll be back again tomorrow. You want to learn animation? Hi, I saw you earlier, Blue. I'm so sorry I did not say like specifically hi, but welcome in, Blue. You want to learn animation? Well, you're just in store because we do animation. If you want to, feel free to, but if you want to join the Discord, we have several animators in the Discord. I also set up a little tutorial thing for, like a little thing that has a bunch of tutorials for animating and tutorials for some arty stuffs. I didn't mean to yell, I'm sorry. I got louder than normal. I don't know what happened just now. Animating's cool. It is tedious. I say just keep working through it.
Even though it feels like a lot of work, eventually, once you see it like moving, that's where it's really cool. It's like, whoa, I did that. Yeah. Aw, thank you, Blue. Yeah, there's a tutorial. I'll have to, when I go in raid, I will go into the Discord and I'll tell you more about it in the Discord, because there's a specific channel that has stuff about tutorials and animating and stuff, and maybe it'll help you out if you really are interested and you want to check it out and stuff. Plus, you can also ask some questions from us. Pickle's also another animator. Fasani made an animation recently. Fasani. Blue Bandana Jake is another amazing animator. We have a lot of animators. A lot of really cool people. Yeah, I appreciate you guys for being around. Heck yeah. Aw, but I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're gonna go send some love to someone that I don't know them super well, but I see a lot of my friends raid them, so I wanted to say hi.
You